Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode in the Crimsonscales character review series. This week on the Chieftain character, which is a very interesting looking character, uses a thing called mounts, which is something that people who have probably played RPGs or MMOs have heard of before. Really interesting system. So this one is going to be a good one. So if you've stumbled onto this video and you're wondering, well, what is Crimsonscales and what is the Chieftain? Well, Crimsonscales is essentially a spin-off project from Gloomhaven. It's a fan-made expansion, if you like, to original Gloomhaven. It's got a bunch of new characters, a bunch of new kind of items and a campaign, a new monster, or a couple of new monsters, I think, actually. And yeah, it's just a kind of really high quality, well tested, and in fact has all the original artwork from the original designer Alexander as well, from original Gloomhaven. So it does use some of the base components from Gloomhaven. It is free as well. It's a not-for-profit kind of project. You can go to the crimsonscales.com to find out information about this. There are print and play files there if you'd like to try and print them and play the game yourself. There's a tabletop simulator mod for Crimsonscales as well if you'd like to go check that out. Maybe play it on your PC or Mac or whatever. And also there was a printed version that was done for 2 different print runs. It is now closed now, so it isn't possible to get it, but there was also a physical print run that was done for a certain time. So maybe if you go on eBay in a year or 2, maybe you might find a copy of it there. But yeah, it might not happen again, but I guess maybe if there was enough demand, maybe they would open the print run again. Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and the subs over on Twitch. I really appreciate the support with the Patreon people coming up on the screen now. A big shout out to Truck Driving Gamer and Kira for the legendary support, guys. That's incredibly kind of you. And if you would like to catch me live, come over to twitch.tv/ManatoryQuest every Monday, Wednesday and Sunday, where I'm usually playing Gloomhaven, talking about Gloomhaven, doing something Gloomhaven related. So come hang out there if you'd like to, ask me anything live. Okay, enough with the intro. Let's get in to the Chieftain. So today we're looking at the Orchid Chieftain. Now orchids, this top of this section is just about orchids in general. So this is specifically about the Chieftain. So certain orchids, as though chosen by some supernatural power, are gifted with all the qualities required in a leader. These chieftains wield not only magical power, but tremendous influence over their people and the wilds around them. By becoming one with nature, the chieftains protect both their tribe and habitat while maintaining a balance in the order of life. So we're kind of like a mega Doomstalker, I guess, like in the sense that, you know, like Doomstalker is obviously like, would I guess be kind of like a member of like the orchid kind of tribe, but we're like the chieftains, so we're like a leveled up angry face, right? That's kind of like what it feels like. This was the one you were most excited about? Nice. Well, I mean, like, I like the idea here because you're kind of building on a theme that already exists within the universe, right? Like, we already know, like, the Doomstalker and the whole storyline about the orchids in the forests with old Redthorn doing his thing. Like, we all have that kind of perspective. So to have like this kind of thing is incredibly like already in the lore very easily. Like it just fits in. Oh yeah, there's like a chieftain who is in charge of these people, like these orchids, right? Really works very well. So let's see how like let's have a look at the mechanics, shall we? So good so far. So 10 cards, nice, good hand size. Health, not the lowest, not the highest, but pretty decent health, I would say. Not bad. So here's our mechanic that we have, or mechanics. Mounts. All right, the chieftain has unique special summons called Mount, which you can mount by ending your movement in a hex occupied by the Mount summon. Mounted summons are under your control. At the start of your turn, the mounted summon performs a move +0, attack +0, with you controlling the abilities. You and your mounted summon both occupy the same hex for the purposes of targeting, and monsters will focus on your summon first. If your mounted summon dies, or you perform a move ability onto a different hex, you are no longer considered to be mounted on the mount summon. Okay. Well, that's a pretty unique idea. I like it. This is like... an interesting idea, right? Because mounts, very kind of common theme in well, any RPG, really. So kind of makes sense that there'd be a character who could like actually ride along on them. So yeah, okay, I get it. So example turns here. So example turn 1, we move 2 onto the summon. So we mount the summon. Turn 2, we do the mounted attack on the summon, which we control. Then it's our turn, and we decide to move off, so we're dismounted. Turn 3, the mount's turn, and then the chieftain's turn. Okay. So the only question that I have here is whether or not they still perform an action if they're mounted or not. Mounted summons are under your control at the start of your turn. The mounted summon performs move plus. I guess now it'll be down to their cards. Just interesting to know whether or not we only get to. They only do it if they're mounted. Yes. Do we move along when the mounted summon performs a move plus 0? I would presume so, yeah. I mean, thematically, that makes sense. I'm just wondering whether or not the actual mount still takes, like, this summon still gets a go. They're essentially normal summons that have this option. It's like Sand Devil, but with an attack. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so they are like normal summon, but they just have mounting is like an extra thing. And I presume we'll have some cards that will probably like play into that and say like, oh, if mounted, blah 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 blah. So I'm sure we'll get some more clarifications, and I'm sure like the actual summons themselves and the cards will actually kind of clear this up in some way, which is pretty cool. Surprise meeting in 15 minutes. Gonna miss the stream. Oh no. Well, it's always going to be here. You know, we'll be here for a while, so hopefully your meeting doesn't take too long. Lucky Lou. All right. Let's take a look at some cards then, shall we, chat? So card number 1, Catastrophic Cattle. Ooh. Summon Fighting Bull. 4 health, 2 move, 2 attack. Mount. So obviously we can... I guess that's just to indicate that we can mount this. Push 1, 2 XP, and a burn. That's a fairly generic summon. Not bad though. I mean, 4 HP, 2 move, 2 attack. I mean, melee, push 1. The push 1's interesting because at least that means that you might have a little bit more control over, you know, focus. You can kind of push it away. Then somebody else can kind of go up next to it if it's melee or ranged or whatever. And so this push could be quite good for just sort of stopping it from dying a lot. 4 health isn't a lot of health though. And being a burn, you know, you'd expect a bit more from that maybe. I don't know. This seems like very average to me. Like not particularly exciting, not bad though. Like just sort of like in the middle. You live in Oklahoma, so you find the name of this card funnier than you should. I don't get it. It seems weak, but you can control it if you're on it. That's true. And if you stay on it, Push is probably going to be quite important for this character. This could be one of those kinds of like it's quite vanilla, but if this helps your character just kind of, you know, work, then that's quite good. The other thing as well is that if we move off, we become unmounted, right? So you want the movement to be a decent value here. So move 2 is maybe a little bit underwhelming because as the way to see it is that if you want to remain mounted for a long period of time, the summon move value has to be quite good. Unless, of course, we get some other way of interacting with that. But otherwise, we're basically replacing our move action with the summons move action, right? Which might free us up with a lot of spicy bottom actions. I don't know. It'd be interesting to like see how that kind of pans out. Can you put your boots on a cow? I mean, technically no, but I mean, I wouldn't mind if you did that. You could play it like the red guard, stay on the Sand Devil strategy. Yeah, exactly. Like if you wanted to play that way, I think that's fine. You just have to, like I say, like this is quite vanilla, but it could just be like a good one to just do because it's, you know, it's a move to do to attack and push one. And that might be fine. Also, because you get to control the action, there's nothing to say like you could just move away or you don't necessarily have to, like you don't necessarily have to like move into danger or whatever. You know, you're not following the AI focus rules. You're controlling the actions. Is it yeah, it's a move +0 then an attack +0, so you couldn't flip them around, I guess. 88 initiative, late summons generally are. Be interesting to see how that kind of pans out. And just a move 3, create earth. I mean, create an element that is useful to you is always good, as long as we have actually good use of the element. So, see, hard to say whether or not this is really, really essential for us right now. But generally, in the past, move a amount, make your element has been very good. So, we'll see. Free move 2, attack 2 every round is pretty good if you don't need to go too far. Yeah, exactly. I don't think it's not exciting, but it's, well, I say it's free. It is a burn card, but sure, if you can keep this guy alive and you just keep going, then it's going to be super value by the end of the scenario, right? All right, let's move on. I feel like this is quite a good one to like get a benchmark, right? And then we'll see how we go. Ooh, outrun the enemy. Summon a speedy ostrich. All right, I like the speedy ostrich. 4 health, 3 move, 1 attack. Mount, so no push. 1 less attack, but a little bit more movement. Might be a little bit better. While mounted on this summon at the start of the round, decrease your leading initiative by 10. Whoa. Interesting. Huh. That's kind of cool. Oh boy. If this is the kind of stuff we're going to get to do, that's really interesting, actually. Kind of like breaks the character a little bit. Like, I like this. If we get more like this, and we get loads of cool effects while mounted. Ooh. Summons can't use items, don't ruin our fun, Nits. I like this guy. I mean, we'll have to see what our initiatives are like, but I guess the problem with this is that, of course, it's always decreasing, which you might not always want to do. You might actually want to increase, but you know, I love to go early. Like that's all I do is try and go before the enemy most of the time. So this could be quite interesting. I think I like this more than the last one. Just because it's like fun. Like it's got more of a... It's got a bit more to it, you know? Maybe there's a sloth mount for going slower. Imagine. Like the way that I would see this is like, for example, if you're going into a scenario and you're against like wind demons, night demons, you know, just stuff that just goes super early and you're really worried about it, you'd be like, okay, guys, I feel like the speedy ostrich is going to be my best mount because I'm going to be able to go before these guys. You know, like I think that's quite cool. Quite like a flexible summon that. There'll be other scenarios where you'll be against like, oh, we're just against living corpses, and you'll be like, ah, it doesn't matter. Like we'll just use this because with the extra damage and the push, it's not really gonna, the extra 1 move and this isn't really gonna add up to much. It's not gonna add up to enough use. I like it. Summons can't use items, but it's your initiative. Couldn't boots of speed stack with this? I mean, I would say yes. Because it just decreases your... It's not like the ostrich is using the... It's just... This is just a passive effect. This doesn't interfere with items at all. This bomb is kind of better than a move action. Okay. So 87 initiative. Late again. What summon ally performs move +0 with you controlling the ability. Consume earth to get +2 move. Okay. One summoned ally. What'll be interesting to know is that do we want like more than one summon out at once? I mean, we've got 10 card hand. I guess in theory we could, but we would need some way of maybe recovering some cards. We'll keep an eye out for that. You know, maybe we might have like a reviving ether style type effect to get some cards back, maybe. Because obviously this would work quite well if you wanted to hop between a couple of animals occasionally, you know, and you let another animal go for it. Also, I guess you could play... Do you always go with it? You have to move off. You have to physically move off, right? So, if, for example, we always move with the mount. If the mount moves, we move. But if we were to move, the mount does not move, right? Just so I can get it completely clear in my head. So in theory, like if we were mounted on the bull at this point in time, this could in theory allow the bull to move 4 if we were to use the earth. Seems correct? Yeah, that would make this make a bit more sense. Kind of empowers, allows you to get an extra move, whereas maybe you wouldn't get a move. Correct. Okay, cool. Cool looking class mechanic. Yeah, I think this is really interesting. Okay, I'm down. So this could just be, I mean, we'll see what other mounts we get, but you know, this wouldn't work on the ostrich at the moment, so it'd have to be on this. So it could just be a move 2, which obviously is a default bottom action, so not great. But it could be a move 4. And if I guess there's maybe other ways to improve this in some way, so we'll see. But so far, I like this one more than I like this one. Just because I think that this is kind of fun. Thematic and fun. I like it. I want to see some like attacks and stuff. Let's get into some attacks. Do you always want control summon movement when mounted? Do you always control? Well, if it says with you controlling the ability, yes. If you're mounted, you control the default action. So if we were mounted on the speedy ostrich, when it gets to take its turn before us, we would control the move 3 attack 1 action, right? You get a move +0 attack +0 action. So we would control that. So yeah, I mean, and then it says with you controlling the ability, which, and then they have changed the wording for Frosthaven now. I don't know when this class was made, but move 6 total if the summon is also moving with 1. Yeah, we'll have to see if there's other ways to make earth, because of course at the moment the only earth generator we've seen is here, which wouldn't really work in this respect. So I'm guessing there will be. Right, moving on. Good so far. Piercing darts. Attack 1, range 3, target 2, pierce 2, consume earth to add poison. 1 XP and 17 initiative. Hey. That's a pretty good little attack. It's only attack 1, so of course like at level 1 it's gonna feel like you draw like a -1 and it does nothing. I think adding the poison is pretty important to make this feel better. Without that poison, this is gonna feel potentially very weak at level 1. Weak to do absolutely nothing. The PS2 at least keeps it more relevant against certain enemies, which is nice. So it doesn't just fall off of a cliff when you get to like level 2, level 3, and the enemy starts to increase in level, and it just like the card becomes unplayable. So at least it's like that PS2 is not going to be that useful really, but at least keeps the card relevant for a little bit longer, which I think is a good use of PS. Good. Nothing glamorous, but just good. Hopefully we have some other ways to buff our attacks maybe as well. That'll be good to look out for, because this is a multi-target attack. If we can maybe buff this in some way, that'd be quite good. Gain +1 attack, PS1 on all of your attacks this round while mounted on a summon. Nice. Okay. Well, that's good. We know we're going to have a lot of bottom actions because we're not really going to be moving ourselves. So, you know, move bottom actions are maybe not really what we want a lot of the time. So being able to actually turn that bottom ability into something useful seems good. Obviously this would have been great with this. So we'll see. You like the PS2, so if you draw a +1, it still does something to shield 2 enemies. Yeah, absolutely. As your attack modifier deck improves, it's actually going to potentially do something. We'll look at perks before we go to level 2 on this character. I think that's, you know, again, like an attack like this seems underwhelming, but then if you realize that you can draw, like if we have a card, something like, oh, it's +1, but it's actually a +3 if you're mounted or something like that, that would be kind of cool. So we'll see. 17 initiative is a good initiative. Early initiative. So Ostrich can reduce that maybe 7. Very, very early, so it's good. I like this. I want to see some ways to either synergize with this or synergize with this. Like, give me some more. Okay. Pipe Tomahawk. Attack 3, range 2, PS1, create fire. Okay. Got a lot of Pierce here. We've already had, you know, Pierce here, Pierce here, Pierce here. Pierce is the sneaky way to kind of add half a point of damage, or to make a card, like we said on this one, just to make the card relevant for a little bit longer, just so that it doesn't feel terrible once every enemy has shield 1. They don't all just become worse. So range 2 is a little bit limiting, I will say, but it creates an element as well, so this could just be necessary. 26 initiatives, decent initiative too. Move 4 on the bottom as well, which is a good movement, but of course we might be a little bit more critical of our bottom actions because of the fact that we're mounted. I'm not sure like how much we want to jump off one, jump onto another one, you know, let them do their thing. I don't quite have that, like, that tempo in my mind, you know, that kind of like that play order. I mean, move 4 has always been very playable. It's a decent initiative. It's a move 4. It's usually an auto include. So going off of that prior knowledge, I would say that this is obviously very good, but character's a little bit different. A little bit different. Do we always want to be mounted? Maybe not necessarily. But once we become unmounted, how easy is it to like mount again, you know? Like if we run off in front of our summon's going to be, you know, trying to catch up with us, especially this guy just moving 2 every time. Is that going to be a bit of a problem? And plus we won't be controlling him. He'll be doing his own thing. So he might wander off, do something silly. Range 2 is good with the bulls. Push 1. Oh, that's fair. So you push them away, then you hit them with the attack 3 range 2. I see that. It's going to be kind of like you're playing with like the Beast Tyrant's bear, but instead of you like telling the bear what to do, like commanding the bear, it's more like you're getting value from having it around, which I think is quite interesting. Like to play with it, you're getting value, and you're going to have some good synergy. Because the one problem that I think the Beast Tyrant has is that it just falls behind, and the character doesn't move. You know, the bear just kind of goes off, especially if you're playing that build. It just becomes like you almost just kind of don't care what's going on. Like, you're just looking at your bear. You almost become focused on one thing, and it's like the bear, and that's it. You don't focus on your main character at all. It's just, what is the bear doing? And then it's kind of disappointing because the bear can't, like, you know, use items or anything like that. So, like, you kind of end up like feeling like, you know, you kind of get down a route, and then there's not very much to like progress or to like change from that. That's like my problem with the concentrated rage build and the staying in one spot, is that you kind of just, you disengage from a lot of elements of the game, the wider game, by doing that. So having like this kind of like ride along element where we're mounted and we're having to kind of push forward and be a bit more active while still using summons, it's kind of cool. This is the class where our move 4 isn't like great. We will see. If you need to get to a spot, you want to go loot something, maybe you'd use it. All right, moving on. Resurrection. Ooh, it's almost like I called it. Resurrection. Attack 3, consume earth to get +1 attack and advantage. Nice. Okay, so it's gonna be an attack 4 with advantage. It is a melee attack though, so doesn't necessarily work amazing with the bull. I guess you could decline the push. Would work quite well with the speedy ostrich, right? Run in, smash him. Like, I could see turn 1 be play speedy ostrich, move on to speedy ostrich, then hit him with the 32, which would lower to 22 because you're on the speedy ostrich, and then go zoop, attack, then maybe like run away or something. I don't know. It seems like quite a cool, like, couple of early turns, maybe. Was there an enhancement on move for the bull? Good question. There was, yes. Ooh, enhancements are interesting here, huh? Because usually, like an enhancement like this might be like, it's quite expensive, and maybe it wouldn't really be worth it. But with the lower enhancement costs, and I'm presuming that Crimsonscales is using those, this could be quite a nice character to like enhance, right? Because you'd have quite a bit of flexibility, because you'd have summons, you'd have your own cards. There are little things that you can do. There'd be some really nice opportunities here. Even like increasing the attack on these guys, right? I think then you'd be much more inclined to want to spend a bunch of gold on these guys, because you get more value out of them because they're happening like every single turn. And because you're together, you can probably keep them alive much easier, and you control them. It has no specific rules for enhancement cost. That's just whatever ruling you're using. Okay. You have been using the digital enhanced cost in your campaign, though. I feel like that's the best ruling anyway, right? I think it's, you know, it's been looked at by Gripe, and I'm sure Isaac probably also ran over it as well. So it feels like those were kind of like lessons learned changes to the costs, just to make different builds a bit more viable, and maybe don't just make it so that it's 1 or 2 enhancements just rule the roost every time. You consider going late, early, actually. The summon will last 2 guaranteed, most likely, rather than 1. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know what other initiative we would want to pair with this yet, though. So, but sure. Then bottom of this is recover up to 3 of your lost cards. Create earth. So like, you know what I'm like. I don't like some of these type effects. I think this one is the same. Is it the same as the circles one? Is the circles 4? Is circles recover 4? Would I say it's worth it to use the new enhancement cost in original big box if you're not using the legacy enhancement? Yes, absolutely. I've never been a fan of legacy enhancements anyway. It just doesn't make sense as to why one Cragheart would come back with better stuff because your previous Cragheart had good stuff. It's never thematically sat well with me. The circles is 4, but this class has 10 cards, not 9. True, but there's always like a little bit of there's a breaking point with this kind of effect where it's worth it versus it not being worth it, right? Or it's less worth it. So obviously recovering up to 2 of our lost cards, we would have to burn a card. And then we'd get 2 back. So really we're only 1 card up on the exchange. I think is very poor value. In fact, it's just not good value at all. Whereas getting 3 back is probably starting to get to where, like, okay, so we burn 1 card, but we get 2 useful cards back. The good thing about this as well is it doesn't specify, like, what type of card. Like, for example, this could have said something similar to what the Beast Tyrant one says, which is that there were summon cards, right? Lost summon cards, I think it was, or cards with summon actions on them, I think. So this does just mean like anything. So you could in theory run this maybe in a different style of build that didn't use the summons as much and stuff like that. So it's just, I think it's a cleaner card, more useful. Whether or not it's like super required for this character to do well, I don't know, because it's one of those things where if you can ride 1 mount around the entire scenario without it dying, then you wouldn't really need an effect like this. And this is obviously very strong, so maybe you just be cool with just playing that. I mean, it's good that there's a really useful top ability here that's strong paired with this, because, you know, you're going to play this anyway, most likely. So, and then at some point, if you need to use this to keep yourself going, get a mount back, because maybe both your mounts died for whatever reason. I think it's fine. Lots of XP on this character then? Yeah, I guess so. You're right, because in theory you could get back, you know, summons which are 2 XP each. So if you could get back 3 summons, that's 6 extra XP just by burning this card. Sure. I like it. I was saying that this character might need something like a little mini reviving ether, and there it is. So good to see. All right, skinning knife. Attack 3, create earth, 1 XP. It's a melee attack. I guess a little bit underwhelming, but if you were to pair it with this, maybe not so bad. Piercing Dart's bottom is starting to look very good, actually, even with this too, right? Instantly, we're attacking for 5 with advantage in PS1. It does look quite good to me. Really bad initiative, though. And, oh, look at that bottom. Oh. Is this the kind of character where a loot 1 bottom is actually fine because you kind of just move where you want anyway and get free loots? I don't know. This could be the character where that loot 1 is actually okay. Because, you know, the summon's just doing your movement and, hey. For him, it's good. Yeah, I think it might be bang. I mean, am I right? Like, it's... Like, traditionally, I hate this kind of thing, but... If you've got lots of enhancement dots on these summons, you gotta get gold. You gotta get bank. Loot 1's gonna get you bank. But a loot 1 bottom? Since when does a custom class character do that? What, you mean it's too vanilla? I mean, it is very vanilla, but I think it might have to be more balanced with this character. I don't know. Could hoover up lots of coin that way. There's going to be a lot of times when you just have like a bottom action that you don't really care about. I think the problem with this card maybe is that it is it feels like a card that's just kind of like necessary. It doesn't feel like exciting in any way. This creates an element, which is good. The attack 3 on a melee attack like this is kind of underwhelming, I would say. I mean, it creates the element, it gives you 1 XP, that's fine. It does feel a little bit like the 1 XP feels a bit tacked on because it's not like this isn't a particularly like difficult attack to land, or it doesn't have like anything else going on with it. Like, you know, for an attack like this to give you an XP point, it's a little bit strange. It's like, oh, I really want to play it because I get an XP every time I play it, but you know what I mean? It's a bit underwhelming, but possibly because we're constantly attacking, like with this as well. Like we're moving and we're attacking. So, you know, is this character going to have kind of more reserved attacks? Because, well, you're kind of getting 2 attacks per turn anyway, because you got this summon and that's attacking every turn. So you're kind of like getting extra damage through that way. It's one of the reasons why Beast Tyrant is one of the best sort of damage dealing characters in the entire game, is that, well, the bear attacks, and then you get to tell the bear to attack again and again, you know, and you get the concentrated rage thing possibly twice. Like, it's like it leads to a lot of just raw damage potential over, you know, every single turn. So possibly that's why. Sometimes you need these types of cards though. Yeah, possibly. Just a little bit strange that this is the card like with the 1 XP on, you know? That's all. Obviously we'd have to pair this with something, so we'll keep an eye. But yeah, we've already seen several good uses of Earth. This was a really good use of Earth. This was a really good use of Earth. So, you know, we're not going to say no. We're not going to say no. Okay, slow and... Oh, there was also this move. This was also another good way of using it. Okay, slow and steady. Summon a giant tortoise. Yes. Nice. All right, 6 HP, so more than the others. Only 1 move, though. 1 attack. Mount shield 1. While mounted on this summon, you and the summon are immune to forced movement. Okay, so we're immune to push, pull, any kind of, I guess, scenario effect that may come up. I mean, shield 1's kind of okay. At level 1. 6 health, shield 1. It's going to tank a few hits for you. Seems kind of weak. I think the forced movement thing is... I think thematically it's cool. It's like a thematic thing that's cool, but it's not really like a gameplay thing that's probably going to come into many scenarios. Occasionally it will, but it's probably not going to really come up. That'll be like the odd scenario, like where you're playing... is it like Windswept Heath or whatever it is? The one that moves you around. Like there'll be the odd scenario here or there where it'll be like Giant Tortoise MVP. Like it'll come up. But... you know, in the average scenario, it probably won't feel that impactful. You'll probably be a little bit more annoyed that you're only moving 1 each turn. A little bit more annoyed. I guess you could just, like, jump on this guy when you need to. But then he's just going to take forever to catch up because he's only got 1 move. Yeah. Interesting utility summon, but I'm not too sure. I'm not sold on this guy. This bottom attack, though. Attack 2, just on the bottom. Flat. That seems reasonable. It's an attack out of position. If we are playing if we're playing like Speedy Ostrich, then potentially this kind of thing could be quite good. Speedy Ostrich, hit him. The Fighting Bull, I mean, I guess you could decline the push. Feels like it works better with the Ostrich, like just naturally. 93 initiative, very late. This character should have some really good initiative control, actually. Because you'll have lots of summons that just have late initiative. And as long as the bottom actions are fairly decent, you should have some good initiative control. We've seen a couple of early-ish cards, like 17, 26. Not bad. I think we want some better. Look, here we go, 14. Coming up. Yeah, I think this bottom ability is nice. Of course it's nice. So maybe we play it just for that kind of thing. Because we're going to have 3 bottom actions at some point, right? As we said before. Pairs well with poison, the bottom. Yeah, we got a way to poison too, right? We've seen a way to poison. Okay. Let's move on. So Sucker Punch. Attack 3, immobilize. Okay. Is this the kind of thing we want to do when we're not mounted? I guess this is the kind of thing we wanted to do with that weird movement we had on the bottom of the ostrich, right? Can we run away? Yeah, a little bit odd because it is a melee attack. So... it wouldn't work very well with the bull. I mean, we'd have to like immobilize. I guess we could have to move off the bull or something. I mean, obviously this is strong. It's a strong ability because it could be hard control. But how do we use it effectively? Pairs well with the ostrich bottom. Only if we decline the push, like on a very specific turn, right? Feels like we need a couple more ways to use some synergy with this, I feel. We need a little bit more synergy. Like, I need to see another card that can really work well with this. But on the face of it, obviously a very strong ability, potentially. It's 14 initiative, as we said. Very strong. Our earliest initiative yet. So, if we were on the ostrich, that would be 4 initiative. Crazy. Each time a summoned ally would suffer damage this round, you may suffer the damage instead. We've got 8 health. I don't know about this one. I don't think I'm particularly sold on this bottom ability. Unless there's some other synergy that I'm not thinking of. But like off the top of my head, like we've got ways to recover mounts. So if our mounts do die, we've got ways to get them back with the lost cards. So it doesn't feel like we're like, oh, panic. We need to make sure that our summons don't die. I don't know, but maybe when you start playing, that works out in a different way than I'm thinking. Each time you may... yeah, but all you're doing is you're passing the damage around. If you suffer the damage, do you take the conditions? No. It's like a redeflect. It's again, it's level 9 Sunkeeper. Is what it is. It works the same way. Hey, Gloop Dog. You don't think you take any debuffs? Just damage. Yeah, exactly. It's level 9 Sunkeeper. It's what it is. I'm not sold on this ability, chat. I get that you can save a summon here or there, but we've only got 8 health. So, and all we're doing is we're kind of passing... like, we could... I guess we could soak a little bit of damage this way. Maybe kind of split it a little bit, depending on what the enemy drew. But we're kind of like... we can only really play this bottom, like, once. And then we're going to be, like, hoping to be healed or something. Like, it could keep someone alive, potentially. Which I guess is okay, but wouldn't like a more proactive, like kind of gameplay approach here to be, instead of doing this, go on the 14 initiative and like try and like move you and the summon out of danger or something, you know, try and affect the board maybe to avoid the damage that way, rather than maybe playing more kind of like passively and just soaking damage when you yourself are not particularly great at it, although we haven't seen anything that's particularly great at it right now. Split damage will make your summon do more damage. I ain't sure if it stays around a little bit longer. Yeah, fair. That's a fair argument. Let's be real, it's for the initiative. I mean, yeah, the initiative is also a real big part of this card. I don't think this bottom, I mean, maybe I'm missing something here, but I'm not convinced. I felt like it's kind of like the reason why the Sunkeeper one is so good is because it reduces the damage by 1, and then it gets past to her, and she's got such a big health pool that she can soak that at level 9, and she's got inbuilt heals that she can play on herself, right? Haven't seen any heals yet. Maybe if we see some healed bottoms, maybe that will change. We'll keep an eye out for heals, maybe. If they're heal selves, right? Because then this would combo quite well. You take the damage, then your cards are heal self, so you would heal up. But like if you had like a support character who can throw targeted heals, they could just throw targeted heals. But I mean, the thing is that if you play, like, I guess this is also me. This is again maybe me being biased to the level of difficulty that I like to play on. Like, I like to play on deadly, so I'm used to one attack from an enemy killing me most of the time, which is maybe why I approach effects like this in a slightly negative way, because for me I'm like, okay, well, but then I have to burn a card to damage. I'd kind of rather the summon died, because I've already burned a card for that summon. I don't want to burn another card, right? You know, maybe that's, again, a bit of my bias of the level of difficulty that I like to play at, because I just find like enemies are going to be hitting me for 5 or 6. I can't sustain that. Especially not when it's like a round-based effect, you know? Maybe saves you from being dismounted on a killing blow to the mount, but very conditional. That's my kind of feeling. My kind of feeling is that maybe if you play on like normal difficulty and like the enemy is... So let's say you're playing on normal difficulty and maybe this character can wear armor. I don't know. I doubt that. I was correct. They can't. You know, maybe... I don't know. Maybe there was like some way that you could... But saying that armor wouldn't work with this anyway. What I mean is like maybe there's a way that you could transfer the damage in some clever way. But it feels... I'll tell you what, if you're playing 2-player, maybe this goes up in value. Because there are a lot of cards that aren't particularly playable like 3 and 4, or effects that aren't. But at 2-player, maybe you're only dealing with 3 or 4 enemies. And perhaps, you know, you're playing on normal difficulty or even just like +1. And perhaps, you know, they're drawing like, they're doing like 3 damage, right? And you guys have got 4 health. So perhaps it's worth it in that kind of situation. But maybe it's just because of the way that I play, I don't really run into situations like this. And also, obviously, I'm very much attracted to the top as a very strong action. So I would try and use it for the top where possible. So we'll see. If you dismount, you're going to take more time to summon another thing and get you going. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it does save you like a turn, right? It does save you a turn. We'll see. It'd be interesting if we have something that combos with this. We'll keep an eye out and see if there's another card that comes up that actually like works really well with it. And suddenly, you know, as a two card turn, it actually works really well. Right. Summon Scout Dog. Okay. Sniffing Hound. This is not a mount. 4 health, 3 move, 1 attack. Upon entering a hex adjacent to a trap, immediately disarm the trap. Huh. 2 XP, burn. I mean, thematically, I love it. I love the idea of it. A scouting dog? That's kind of cool. I'm getting like Age of Empire vibes, you know? With the scouts running around. It's kind of vibe I get with this. Trap sniffing dog. Yeah, it's kind of cool, huh? This is a meme, can't be mounted. I mean, I like the idea that this character has other summons that aren't just mounts. I think that would give you synergy with some of your other abilities, right? That we see like this. It's not just... Otherwise, this may as well just say, you know, move your mounts, you know? The fact that this gives you some synergy with other characters and maybe other summons is you might have is kind of cool. I mean, ultimately, this is kind of weak because it is a melee summon and it's attack 1 and it's 4 health. So it's weak. But I don't know, maybe you can make it work a little bit. He can disarm multiple traps with the 3 move? Yeah, I guess so. It says, upon entering a hex adjacent to a trap, immediately disarm the trap. What? Oh, well, you have raised a good point there, though. What happens if he enters a hex adjacent to, like, 4 traps, right? What if they enter, like, this hex, and there's a trap, like, there. You know what I mean? Like... What if there's more than one trap adjacent? I would assume that all traps would be disarmed. But that's how I would interpret the card. Nothing indicates that he only affects 1 at a time. No, not really. I think it's just the fact that it uses singular, like it says, upon entering a hex adjacent to a trap, immediately disarm the trap. Like, for example, it could say, upon entering a hex adjacent to any traps, immediately disarm all traps. Like, stuff like that. Like, there's small changes in the way that the sentence is structured to be completely clear on that. But I agree with you. There's nothing, like, that says, like, only 1 trap. You know, they have to make it fit in the box, too. You bet he looks friendlier than Doom's Jackal? Probably not all, like... I've always imagined Doom's Jackal to be, like, all, like, mangy. Like, rabies. This guy's, like, a good boy. He's sniffing out the traps. He's a good boy. Jackal is definitely not a good boy. Disarm all traps, moves close to 1 trap so all traps on the map go off. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe not exactly the way that I said it, but, you know, close. Disarming a trap without shoving an enemy into it, smack your head. Yeah, I mean, it's not the... Yeah, it's obviously not the best use of a trap. You would really want some push, and you have already got some push on this character, but it is push 1 and maybe a bit conditional. This is like a super, super conditional summon, right? Just so conditional. Like, kind of unplayable most scenarios. Move 5 on the bottom is, wow, the most amount of move we've seen so far in a single action. But as we know, like, movement on this character, if we want to stay mounted or not. But I feel like having 1 big move in your back pocket is pretty good. So it's whether or not you have... what was the other move for? Was it on the... Oh, the move 4 was here. And we'll probably be taking this anyway. Maybe we just take this as a move 5. Maybe that's fine. Maybe just having a move 5 is good enough, huh? Sideboard card? Yeah, maybe. For a scenario where you need a bunch of move. And there's loads of traps. Or there's loads of traps. Yeah, this feels like an X card, maybe. More than a level 1 card. If you're playing trap build with that other class created... Yeah, oh man. Oh, that's a way to troll your thing as well. Like, it also, like... This doesn't sound optional, right? This definitely doesn't sound optional. Jeez. I mean, it's a free 2 XP too. You just play and get 2 XP, right? Oh, whatever. Alright, Soul Whisperer. One summoned ally within range 3 performs move +0, attack +0, with you controlling the abilities. Okay. Alright. So what would be our best? I mean, this is kind of cool because we could like use the ostrich again, or we could use the bull again. It's obviously not great because the kind of attack is going to be quite small, but if we've enhanced them, a card like this suddenly becomes really good, huh? Like, let's say you enhance the fighting bull, like give it extra attack, give it extra move. Then suddenly, like, the top of this card is awesome because it's, like, basically a move 3, attack 3 action on a top. Really good. If you're mounted, the mount gets a double attack. Yeah. This really synergizes well with those enhancements. Because there's no enhancement dots here. But we can get around that. We can get around that. It helps with hit and run for survivability. It does. It's just, I guess the attack might be a little bit underwhelming, like at level 1, because you're just sort of, well, you don't have a great amount. But it could help you position for this bottom attack too. It's a good way to position for that. And the initiative is 57, so I guess you could just go super late and try and do a late turn with this. Go on that 93. And then go early next turn. Yeah, I can see that. The bottom is heal 2. Affect all summon allies within range 2. Okay. Nah. Don't like this. This is possibly the first, like, I don't know, real poopy action. Everything else has kind of been either fun or had its place. This seems pretty bad to me. Maybe okay if the summon draws a -1, your summon lives. Well, I feel like then you're just living on borrowed time. You just congrats, you know? Like healing 2 is so little. Healing 2 is so little. I just don't rate it. I feel like that zoom in has changed again. It has. I fixed this. Why is it broken again? There you go. Now my sad expression should be in the middle again. The bad heal card broke my camera. Yeah. It's only good on Tortoise so far. Even then, like, I mean, I know that we have some slots to do some non-move actions on the bottom. I do. So, but this would be cool if it healed you as well, right? If it was heal to self and maybe it was mount specific. If this says something like heal to self and like heal mount as well or something, like if mounted, heal the mounted summon, something like that. I feel like then you could maybe like then like that card, that 14, you know, something like this, you can then be like, okay, we've got like a card that we split the damage a little bit. Then you play this to kind of heal up. Like there needs to be, to me, it's just really not very flexible. You know, heal 2 on how many summons are we going to have? And how many summons are we going to care about healing for 2 damage? A lot of them are just going to die on 1 hit. So, you know, what are we doing here? You know, it's just very, very weak. It doesn't scale at all. So even for level 1, I would say it's weak. Hey, Trick Driving Gamer, you missed so much. You just started this character in TTS. Well, we're just, I mean, I don't know how many cards we're in. We're like, well, 10 cards in. There you go. We're just about to go into the X cards. But so far, so good. Like, I'm liking the character. This top, I think, is quite cool. I like the idea that we can pump this up with our enhancements. This, not a fan. Feel like it could have been different. It looks like we got a card that does sort of what I want. Okay, prepared rations. Next card, summon Pack Mule. 4 health, 3 move. Okay, cool. No attack value. Interesting. Mounts, retaliate 1. While mounted on the summon, perform heal to self at the end of each round. Yes. Okay. Right. I like. This one I like. It's cool. It does something really unique. Sure, we're not like a huge tanking character, but then that really, I mean, like, this works really well with this now, right? So there's your thing. There it is, right? You wanted it, you got it. We made it. We made that bomb ability good. Being able to just heal 2 every time. It's like you got your own Suit Singer song. Can't see her charging in on her mule, though. It's thematic disconnect. You like how retaliate isn't enormously helpful here? It just complements well. Yeah, it just thematically works. I mean, mules, they don't take too kindly to being, you know, touched. Sometimes you get this mule. Don't mess around with this mule. Back for a little bit. Do enemies hit you before your mount? No, it's always your mount first. Which does mean that this mule is a little bit susceptible, but that's why you have this, right? This would be the perfect character to use with this. Because then you just protect the mule, you take the damage, and then the mule is going to give you 2 health. I mean, that's actually a really satisfying combo. Ooh. That's like... I'm getting like a deck builder vibe from this type of thing, you know? Like when you're like playing like some kind of build on like Slay the Spire or something like that, and you get like an item that complements something, you get a card that complements something else. Like this has got my brain going. I like this. Soul Whisperer Bomb is good if your mount gets poison or wound. Oh, you mean the heal thing? That's fair. Because redirecting doesn't redirect the effect, so that's fair. It's not like they made it the main draw because we all know retaliate blows. Well, yeah, retaliate on its own kind of isn't great. Well, I'm not a huge fan. You have to play a lot of other pieces, I think. Retaliate can be fantastic. You just need to play... The character needs to be designed in such a way to take advantage of it, or you need other pieces around it to really make it fly. I think this is... I really like this one. I really like this one. So far, I wasn't sold on the tortoise. I like the ostrich. I felt like the bull was just like, you know, kind of a bit vanilla, but probably necessary. Like, just kind of like, you know, average. Not in like average, in like fun to play with too. Pack Mule is going to be fun to play with. I feel like Ostrich is going to be fun to play with. Because they just changed the game slightly. Just give you like a little something different. Which is cool. Go to each round makes for chief tank. I don't think we're quite like tank level. Because of course we have to take the damage before we can heal. Right? We don't have shield. If we have some way of gaining some shield, maybe we can start discuss some weird builds. But in terms of having one that's like having a mount that you could just play and walk around with, and like in scenarios that you don't necessarily want to be attacking that much, or let's say you're playing more of a ranged attacking build, you know, so you don't really care about the movement quite as much, like you're just moving here and there. Like this is a great one to just chuck underneath and just run around with. It's obviously not going to impact your potential damage output, but I mean, if you're playing a certain build, a certain style, or in a certain type of scenario, you might not want to move up towards enemies, you know? Like if you're playing against a bunch of enemies that already have retaliate themselves, do you really want your summons to be walking up and hitting retaliate enemies? No. So a pack mule would be a great option there. Just because they don't attack, so they can't kill themselves. It's the perfect. Flame demons don't know what to do. Flame demons, nightmare. They hate the pack mule. Like they're like, what? You're not going to attack me? Nope. When will this stream be uploaded to YouTube? Probably not for like 3 weeks, but it'll be on my VOD page here on Twitch, Lucky Ludog, for, well, it'll be after the stream ends. It should be there immediately, I think, and then it'll be there for 30 days. So I've now caught up. There was a period of time when they were starting to come off the VODs and I didn't have them on YouTube yet, but we've now caught up quite comfortably. So you'll be able to see this all on the VOD, like immediately after this ends, if you stick it here on Twitch. You just need to go to the video tab on my channel page, I think. Feel like there's a non-traditional tank potential as you level up, but I haven't had a chance to try it out. Could be interesting. And it helps you heal against retaliate? Yeah, it does. The heal 2. I like this one. The bottom on move 2, heal 2 self, doesn't have the magical enhancement dot, which is a good thing, because we don't want to be... I feel like this character wants to be maybe spending their money on summon enhancements for fun. And I think, you know, as soon as you put the strength and enhancement dot here, suddenly the conversation changes and the pack mule wouldn't be used. So, like it. But this is also a pretty usable ability for just, you know, moving towards the end of a room. Can't enhance to heal 3. Yeah. I mean, in Frosthaven, they could do that, right? They just put the different symbol on. They put the different shape. All right. Next one. Hunter's Mark. Okay. This feels very orchid-like. Place one character token on one enemy within range 3. This enemy focuses on you before focusing on your mounted summon. Mounted summons add PS2 to all attacks targeting this enemy. Hey! That's kind of cool. Protect the mule. More mule strategies. Is the pack mule secretly the best summon? I think it might be. I mean, now they're not even going to target the mule. I mean, we know the retaliate one was a bit of a meme. They're not even going to target the mule. And I mean, I guess you don't get the PS2 though. Yeah, that kind of sucks. No, you definitely want to use it with an attacking enemy. Pack mule MVP, yeah. Create an animation for it. What, for the mule? What's like a famous mule though? What's famous mule from television? I'm trying to think. There's Muffin the Mule. Do you guys know of Muffin the Mule? You definitely don't know of Muffin the Mule. Donkey from Shrek. Okay, yeah, fair. That's a good one. This is making me feel old again. This is another thing like the Roland Rat thing. This was super old, though. This is way before my time. You guys know Muffin the Mule? Like it was old children's TV. Like it's kind of a little bit scary, to be honest. Like it looks like, hang on. I hope this isn't too loud.
And Madame Sandrine, you know, asked him, the French farmer's wife, and all these carrots are for her? And she gives you French carrots to bring home. Now this lot are going in your potting shed, Muffin, until you come home. That's right. Oh, look, what is this nice little sailor hat and collar doing?
He's a nice guy.
It's there for the boat, you see. He's crossing the channel. Yes, come along. Let's put it on. Oh, what a nice little hat. 2 little holes for the ears. Now the sailor collar. That's right, Muffin. Perfect for the journey, isn't it?
Look at him. He's a little sailor.
Now let's try. Oh, that's better. Yes, that's very much better. There.
How do I know that's almost 90 years old? I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's like British history. I don't know. Okay. You prefer Moscow mules? Moscow mules are easily the best. I don't like milk and alcohol together. I just don't. I'm pretty sure you do put milk in Moscow mules, right? Or am I going crazy? Oh no, I'm thinking of White Russians. Okay, what's this? Vodka, lime juice, ginger beer. I'm not so hot on ginger beer, but I'll try it. I'm not so hot on ginger beer. I was getting confused with White Russians. I'd try it. I'm not like... ginger is not my favorite flavor. I don't know. The puppet was made in the 30s, but the show is newer. I think it's one of these things like... I mean, I'm a big fan, or I was a big fan of the pub quiz. When I was like at university and like just outside. I mean, I haven't done one in ages. Me and my friends occasionally do quizzes. Like if one comes up and it just, we felt like going to do it. But we used to always really enjoy just going to do pub quizzes. And like one of the most like common rounds, you'd get like a picture round here. And it would be like, you know, children's TV or something, or, you know, like, or classic TV. And like Muffin the Mule would come up in those kinds of like quizzes. So it's more like a case of just, yeah, doing quizzes. Ginger beer is great, very different than ginger ale. I'm just not a good, I don't like really strong ginger taste, that's all. But I'd try it. I'm an old-fashioned kind of guy. Like whenever I drink out, I just drink old fashions. Occasionally I have something like a mojito because it just tastes fresh, like if I'm hot, and I do like just like the fresh minty taste of a mojito. But generally speaking, I just drink old fashions when I'm out, if I'm drinking cocktails. Okay, Hunter's Mark top. Anyway, back on track. I think this is obviously very good because it messes with the game and it kind of takes away that drawback of having a mounted summon potentially potentially be killed out of nowhere, and then we lose our mounted status, and then we have to spend our whole turn playing another one. But like we were worried about it earlier. We were saying, you know, you guys pointed out like what happens if our mount dies. It's like, well, you know, that sucks. So protecting our mount is kind of important. So I like that. If they had target 2 though, and it was us in the firing line as like target number 1, then this wouldn't protect them. So there are some situations where it doesn't fully protect, but it does allow you to maybe try and isolate an enemy on their own and just you go and deal with them, which is quite nice. There are a few characters that are like that, that I quite enjoy, like single target people. So characters like the Mind Thief can be like this, where you just kind of pick an enemy and you kind of just, right, this is the guy, going for them. Obviously you got characters like the Doomstalker and Hatchet who also do this with their kind of, you know, favorite and with Dooms, but they're like ranged, so they have a bit more flexibility. They don't want to like isolate someone, whereas this is a little bit more like you actually want to isolate. Scoundrel has isolation mechanics, so I like the idea of there being like, oh, that enemy over there, that's an enemy that I can deal with like on my own, guys, don't worry about it, I'll go and like handle it. Me and I'll ride my mount over there, we'll go deal with it. Old fashions are pretty nice, not gonna lie, you enjoy them a lot. You're back getting a drink. Yeah, I do like I feel like the problem with an old fashioned though is that I think a lot of people do make them well now. Like I'm totally like I'm like a Mad Men fan, so like I started to drink them after that show, which a lot of people did. And I remember at the time it was quite hard to get them made, and if they were made, they weren't made very well. But that show really popularized the drink, and I jumped on the fad. And I like whiskey, and it's made whiskey, and it's the main component, right? It's basically just whiskey. So, you know, it really helped. For me, it was great the first time I had it, but you have to like, it took a while for it to become like a popular cocktail that could actually be made reasonably well in most places. Because I've had some awful old fashions in my time. Like when I first started getting into them, we would go around to different cocktail places, and sometimes they would have no clue what you're asking for, and be like, they'd be like Googling it and looking it up, and it just would not be good. It's a real like bartender's cocktail, you know. There's a bit of you have to spend a bit of time doing it. You can't just chuck the stuff in a glass and say, here you go. It's in the method of the making. You get the drink good. Do I know the Mahalo old-fashioned meme? I don't. Can you post the link? Yeah, post the link if you want. Is Mahalo the people who make like, do they make like rum or something? Or are they like different? Okay, so top. We like the top. PS2 is really nice as well against certain enemies. Isolate that wind demon. Go after them or whatever it is you want to do. Retaliate 1 affects self and the mounted summon on the bottom. I don't think that's particularly good on its own. Yeah, I don't like that. No, don't like the bottom of this card at all, really. But I think the top's pretty interesting. Probably something that I would consider... Oh, I don't know, actually. This is one of those kind of tops where certain scenario, like, do you want to play every scenario? Maybe, maybe not. But it also... it makes the game easier for you. And I'm not always a fan of those abilities. It's moved it again. Or have I moved? No, it's moved the camera again. Right. What are we on? They've moved them all again. I don't know why that's not working. I'm gonna have to look at that again. I don't know why it's not working properly. Enhance. Yeah. It was a short-lived company. He made how-tos on the web. The old-fashioned video is a meme in the cocktail community because of what's sharing. Okay, I'll bookmark that. I'll watch that. I'll watch that later.
Hi.
I'll watch that later. Is it a little bit like, you know, when what is it? The Verge did their how to build a computer thing. Oh my god. I feel like all of the videos that came out of that was my favorite thing for a good solid month. All of the memes that came out of the guy trying to build his computer. He just, and he like put, it's, you know, it's so bad. Such a car crash of a tutorial video. Right, moving on. Mounted sight. Summon cavalry camel. Riding camels exists? Where did this camel come from? Explain? Camels in Gloomhaven? How? Where's this guy come from? Is this like the camels just living in the jungle? Where's the camel come from? Explain. Five health, 2 move, 1 attack, mount. It's unaffected by difficult and hazardous terrain. Very thematic for a camel. The desert? Where's the desert, though? There's no desert. On the Gloomhaven map. Is there a desert in Crimsonscales? Is there, like, on the map? Is there a desert somewhere? You think in the lore there's a desert in the south where all the Valraths are from? I suppose they are all from the sandy places. But where's this orchid got his camel from? Cavalry archers when? I mean, this definitely does have an Age of Empires vibe to it. Jahinda, you can see it in Redguard's art. Yeah, oh yeah, I suppose so. I just want to know how it's found its way up to the jungle. Or is that this... I guess the chieftain's from some maybe not so specific place. Well, there seems to be a lot of different animals. I mean, as far as summons go, this is probably... Is this the weakest one we've seen so far? I don't know. I mean, on certain scenarios, I mean, it's an X card and it's an X type summon, right? Certain scenarios, you might be like, hey, don't worry, guys, I'll just ride my camel. It's all good. Forget about that terrain. Problem solved. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's just fine. The bottom of this is move 2, push 2, target 1 adjacent enemy. I mean, if you wanted to mount something, you could move onto it and then maybe push an enemy away from your mount. I mean, move 2, push 2 is generally pretty playable because, you know, traps exist. He's like a celebrity with an estate of creatures. He's got a menagerie. Own private zoo, this guy. That's how you disarm a trap, not with a dog. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this type of thing's generally playable because it's useful in most scenarios. Yeah, a bit of a weird one, this one. I mean, I like the theme of this and I like what this does because I think it works really well together. Like, this is exactly like the kind of persistent bonus I would think Camel would have, you know? But it's very niche. But maybe that's okay. It's an X card, not meant to be like, you know, play every scenario. Can't bring all of the cards. But this might be a little bit more playable though. This makes it like, maybe a little bit more. Want to play it? Is that it for X cards? Okay. That's the final X card. Well, I think they've done a pretty good job with the X cards. I think BG's done a pretty good job with the... This is another BG one, right? They've done a good job with the X cards because they're all, like, pretty situational. Apart from Pack Mule, which I think is the best thing ever. So, I'll be playing Pack Mule. But everything else feels like it's very, like... In this one, you could make an argument that you want to play this a lot. Maybe when you get to higher levels, this one comes in a lot more because of this PS2. But low levels, you might be able to play around the enemy focusing anyway, and the PS2 is irrelevant, so don't know. You think that one's a bit stronger than the Scout Dog? Yeah, possibly. I mean, this is more proactive, right? Hopefully do some damage or at least apply a trap to an ally, an enemy, whatever it might be. Pack Mule equals mandatory card. Pretty much, yeah. What it feels like to me. I mean, I just love what it does. I just feel like this is very cool. And it's got a decent move on it, you know? I mean, you know, move free every single turn. Frees up your bottom actions. I mean, you do whatever then. I actually thought that this was going to be a loot action or something. Like when Summoned Pack Mule, at first I thought, okay. Like we talked a little bit about like a loot goblin that you could hire to basically run around and pick up loot. So there's a summon that focuses powers of loot rather than enemies and runs around and just takes loot. And when I saw Pack Mule, I was like, is it going to help us loot? But actually, it's just super value heal. It's transport and health. Yeah, exactly. I like it. I think now's a good time to look at perks before we go to level 2, right? Let's look at perks before we go to level 2. Okay. Replace one -1 card with one +0 poison card. Yep, excellent. Gives us a +1 damage. I mean, it's not crazy, but things like this might have a bit more value on a character like us because of course, our summons will go before us. So if our summon draws this, you know, then maybe we can follow up and make use of that poison. So, like, poison as a general effect is going to be quite good, I think, on this character. So anything that can give us more poison is going to be good. Replace one -1 card with one +1 heal 1 mount. That heals a mount. Replace one -1 with one +0, but heal 1 mount card. That's how I'm reading that. I think that's true, right? Yeah. Heal 1 mount. Do we have to be mounted to do this? Or is this just a heal 1 to anything that has the keyword mount on it? What do we think? Like, seems oddly... Or is it heal the Chieftain? Why wouldn't this just be, like, heal oneself, then? Like, no other character's ever done that? That seems a bit confusing, because, like, every other card that's ever done something like that, it would be heal oneself. Like, this would be the first time that I've ever seen anyone use the actual symbol of the class to... Like, that's weird to me. Why do that instead of just heal oneself? I mean, maybe to save a bit of space, but that seems a bit odd to me. Because if someone draws, it would be them. Fair. So this just heals the Chieftain. Okay, and then that would make sense, because then this one is heal 1, affect all summoned ally zones. So you get kind of like a different one here. So similar, but this one is the summoned allies. Okay. Sure. It's just they specifically wanted a heal the Chieftain card. Okay. That's a fair point with the summons. Okay. Interesting. Which one would you go for out of these two? You get from both? Go from both? Probably would end up going from both. Why not heal oneself? It's just because it the summons could flip it, that's all. Not a fan of the -2 replacement perk? Okay, so replace one -2 card with one -2 Bless Self card. You'd like it on most other classes, but not a summon class. I mean, yeah, I guess if you're attacking for like 2 on your summon, and then it turns it into an attack 4, maybe. I mean, so far, nothing's jumping out at me at being like crazy good here. So far, this seems like quite a flat perk deck. You know, I mean, like this is only increasing our damage, you know, by 1. This is increasing it by 1 as well. Like, so sure, we get rid of our -1s, but that's going to make Pierce super important. So maybe we need to see if we can get more Pierce, which looks like we do here. But if you can't get rid of it, at least it improves it slightly. True. But I guess the thing is, like, is it worth wasting a perk on? I think that's the thing, right? I mean, at a certain point, you'll be maxed out. So, of course, I think it's fine. But, you know, would you pick this, for example, over anything before it? I would probably say no. Because I think, you know, killing something there and then is more important than, you know, than like missing. I mean, -2, like, great, put a bless in. I might never draw it for the rest of the scenario, right? Like, whereas if I was going to pull, you know, this -1, at least then it's going to be, you know, an additional damage and potentially a heal on some things. So, I don't know, it just feels a bit weird. There are some really good attacks that we can do, though, that if we were to flip a ×2, that would be great. We do have that attack 3 with advantage, is it? Or attack 4 with advantage if we consume Earth. And if you flip a ×2 on that, you're laughing. And we have ways to buff that even more as well. So, I guess this maybe a little bit Magical Christmas Land, but sure. I mean, if you wanted to, you want to mitigate the -2 in some way rather than just doing the classic, like, remove it or, you know, replace it with like a -1, which is just, you know, this is like a less obvious perk. You know, you can't necessarily measure it quite as black and white as you might do on, you know, this and this, right? Where you can very easily plot this on the perk calculator and say, statistically, this is what you should do. Whereas this is a little bit more murky. And I'm okay with that, because I told you, I've said before, I don't like the idea of using the calculators to solve the perks. I just think it takes an element of the game away, which should be, you know, players having some flexibility to choose their perks. You know, that should be another way to build your character. Shouldn't be, oh, if you don't do it this way, you're actually just doing it worse. You know, like statistically, you're doing it worse. Replace 2 +0 cards with 1 +0 immobilize and push 1 card. I mean, at least it's immobilize and push 1, so it could be useful. But again, if you drew that against a ranged enemy or a different enemy that you didn't care about, it's a bit weird. Like, I've never been too much of a fan of these things because you can't plan around them. But I guess it's fine. You're getting rid of a +0. So you're kind of, you are thinning a little bit there. You are getting rid of one. Certainly wouldn't be an early perk, but could be something to use a little bit later on. Hey, Adam. Welcome to the quest, my friend. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I think that's... It'll be a future perk, right? You do enjoy the Crimsonscales perks are less mathy and more about decision making. You enjoy it when you can't just streamline your deck. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly my thoughts. I would like to not, for every single character, just be, you know, the answer be go to a perk calculator and figure it out, or go top to bottom. You know, that takes the decision out of the game, and I think that, you know, it's nice to have that. Have a little bit more like decision-making process in this. Replace 1+0 with 1+X, where X is the number of summon allies you own card. Okay. Well, that's probably going to be at least a +1. And I'll be honest, like, so far from what I've seen, I don't feel like we're the kind of character that wants to have, like, 2 summons out. Or 2 different mounts and jump between the 2 mounts. I don't see that. I see us picking 1 mount. Like, this is a good mount for this room and this situation. We probably play with it for a little while. And then maybe we transition to another one. If that one dies or the situation changes and it's more beneficial to jump onto a different mount, then we would do. But I don't get the feeling that we're going to be, like, so far that we're, like, sprawling loads of things. So this will be most of the time just a +1. And I think that's, you know, that's fine. That's still better. Right? You've already mapped out every perk list in CS and you're keeping it to yourself. Well, as long as you keep it to yourself, that's fine. That's my problem, is when there's a resource online where you can just point to it and say, there. Unleash the Horde? Yeah. Maybe you might have to. But I think this is fine. Replace 1+1 card with 2+1 rolling +1 if someone is attacking. Okay. Replace 1+1 with 2+1s with a rolling +1 if someone is... That's a lot of words. What? So we're replacing a +1 with 2 regular +1s, but they also have an extra effect where it's a rolling +1 if the summon is attacking. So if I'm attacking, if the Chieftain is attacking, this would just be a +1. If the summon is attacking, it would be a +2, and we would roll another card. Is that right? Like Summon Rage? It's just a +1 roller? Right, okay. It's just a +1 normally, but then it becomes a rolling +1 if the summon stacking. It's just, I think it's, maybe I'm just reading this weirdly. I mean, that kind of makes sense, because I would say, like, otherwise that's a pretty big, that feels like a pretty big buff to summons. But the thing is that if you've got a load of attack 2, 1 and 2 summons, then sure, why not let them have some powerful attacks occasionally? This is addressed in the rulebook? Okay. It's just, I think it's just the wording is tripping me up a little bit here. It's almost as if what you would want is you'd want like a slash here or something, you know? Maybe if I was to look at the actual card, it would make more sense too. Like maybe it just doesn't read very well on here. Like it's almost like It's almost like you'd want it like to be +1 / rolling +1 if summon. Like, you know, something like that. It's good that it's in the FAQ though, because yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but that makes sense. So, I guess, I mean, you're always going to have a summon, and pretty much, and they're always going to be attacking. So, seems pretty decent to me. It is increasing the size of your deck though, not one that I'm not usually hugely keen on doing that unless, you know, you're putting in some really beefy cards, and this isn't really beefy. It's okay. Add 1 +0 wound, PS1 card. I mean, it's an extra damage, and PS1 could be relevant, might not be. Again, that's a pretty so-so one because you're just adding a card, you're not replacing. So this deck, this deck feels like it's going to be pretty thick. And considering that we're not a character, I mean, I guess we are going to draw quite a few attack modifiers because both our summon and us will probably be attacking most rounds. So I guess we're going to be drawing at least 2 cards per round. Maybe more with multiple targets, or if we play a bottom attack too. So I guess we will get through our deck. Still, it's just like an element of the game that I don't enjoy. I like playing with a lean, mean attack modifier deck that I know, like, I can reliably draw this type of thing from it. Whereas this feels like, yeah, we're going to be drawing a lot of +1s. Like, we're going to be doing a lot of, like, +1 damage to stuff. Lean deck enjoyer? I absolutely am. Add 1 +1 create Earth card. This is the same situation again. Like, okay, we'll be drawing some +1s, I guess. I guess with summons, that would be nice because maybe we could use the Earth on our turn. But again, if you need an element, you probably should be making it. Unless you're playing a class that specifically goes in at that angle, which, you know, like triangles, for example, does just go in at the angle of crystallizing blast. What do we get? You know, let's see what we can get. But I feel like with this character so far, from what I've seen, you have a pretty clear setup, use type chain of effects. So might be useful, but it might just be a +1. Add 2 rolling PS2, ignore retaliate on the target cards. That could be very useful for your summons, so I don't mind that. I think that's okay. As far as rolling go, it might do nothing, but it's also not replacing any cards in your deck. It's just adding potentially a nice bonus to your deck. So I'm okay with that one. That's fine. Ignore negative scenario effects and add 1 +1 card. Again, absolutely fine. Negative scenario effects can be horrible. So sure. Seems reasonable to me. So to be honest, perks, I'm a little bit disappointed with the perks on this character. I would have liked to have seen maybe a little bit more, like I said, more of a leaner deck. I would have loved to have seen some things that give us like some kind of mounted buffs. So like this for example, could have been, I mean, I think this is fine as it is, but maybe we'd have another one that's similar to this, which was replace 1 +1 card with 1 +1 or +2 if mounted or something like that. But it could apply to like both the summon and you. Like, so it kind of gives you an incentive to be mounted a lot. I don't know. Some sort of more of a, at the moment, I haven't seen any cards, and maybe that will change as we level up, but I haven't seen any cards that are specifically like, hey, if you are mounted, gain this bonus outside of course, what's written on the summons themselves. Like some of them do, but like none of our abilities have said, hey, attack 2, but if you're mounted, an additional +1 attack or something like that, you know? Some reason to stay mounted, like to give us some extra reason to. I'd be interested to see if we get something like that. All right. Level 2. Right, first card. Medicine Shield. Heal 3, range 3. Consume Earth to get +2 heal. It's a heal card. I mean, it's a good heal card because it's potentially heal 5, which is good value for a you know, for a heal action. Is a top ability though. So giving up a premium slot, but you know, heal 3, range 3 is very much a level 1 kind of benchmark ability for more of a supporty type character. You know, +2 heal. Yeah, if we can do a heal 5 with this, you're pretty happy about that, I think, right? Heal 5, big heal. Chief tank? I don't think so. I hope you could heal yourself, but you could heal the turtle, I suppose, if you wanted to. Sure. Heal the turtle. I mean, like, there's... I just can't get excited about heal cards. Nice. So... 19 initiative. The bottom is shield 2 and heal 1. Affects self and all allies within range 2. 2 XP... round. Wow. We're off to a good start with this one, huh? I think this might be like the type, like, this is a card that like you'd make if you hate me, you know? Yeah, I mean, I guess at least you can get lost cards back with this character, so there's that. But no. Removes poison. Yeah. It's not terrible. If you play it on a good round where you can get some value out of it, like it has its uses, but it's a round based effect. It's a burn. It's literally like, you know, you're delaying the game. I suppose at least you do have bottom actions that are fairly, you know, free and easy. I just can't do it.
Go team.
Go team. Hey, Swizzly. Thank you so much for resubbing your Prime Gaming sub, buddy. 17 months now of Jeff Bezos' money. I appreciate it. Maybe a few more months and we could stop him from taking over the world and going to the moon or Mars or whatever. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it for all of the support, and the quest continues, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Why is that a burn? That's far too high a cost. This isn't broken and should be reusable. Yeah. I mean, I think shield... Like, if you could just shield to non-burn, I think that maybe that would be... I mean, it's because it affects self and all allies. Like, it's meant to kind of, like, protect everybody, or mostly protect everybody for a round. And this kind of thing has always been a burn. Like, if this just affected just you, then it probably wouldn't be a burn. But then maybe it would be a bit too strong. It has to affect self and all allies because you want to affect your mount. But what you'd really want this to be is shield 2. Maybe it could be, for example, it could have been shield 2, heal 1, range 1. Because that would technically still capture the mount if you are mounted, right? Or like next to you as well. Maybe that would be, and then maybe they could make it less. Make it like shield 1, heal 1, affect self and all allies within range 1. Then it would be, or you could put range 0 if you really wanted it to just be them, I guess. It's a bit too weak, but it's also a bit too strong for a non-loss. Yeah, it couldn't be exactly as it is and then just be changed into a non-loss. It would have to be changed. I mean, you know, I don't think you can really offer me personally a more underwhelming level 2 card. I mean, this card... I mean, there's definitely some healing potential this character might need a little bit. But we've seen some good cards for that already, so I'm just not like... I'm not sold. This is, you know, a pretty good heal. And the initiative is not bad. But so far, it's probably one of our earlier ones, right? We've had like 13... We had like a 16 or a 17 and then like 19. So it's one of our earliest initiatives that we've seen, but this is a hard sell at level 2 for me. I want something that's going to get the juices flowing, you know? Ceremonial Dance. Attack 2, target 3, muddle. 1 XP. Melee attack. Okay. Target 3. Oh. I mean, with that buff, we could buff this up to be attack 3 and PS 1 with that bottom buff ability, right? Still feels a little bit on the weaker side, but otherwise it would have to be a burn, really. So, you know, if this was like attack 3, if it was all adjacents or something, it would have to be a burn. So, I don't know, this probably is pretty well, this is pretty well balanced. It's 6 damage, right? And with possible upsides for things like power potions and buffs, like there's good upside. I like it. This pairs amazing well with the piercing dust bomb. Yeah, with the +1 attack and the PS1. I'm looking at those perks though. The perks just make me like, oh man, like most of our attack 3s are just going to be like, going to end up being like 3 or 4, I guess. I mean, I guess that's still fine. Maybe I'm just like expecting too much right now. We're also going to be attacking with our summons, so like this is a character I guess you have to be very careful. Like it could get broken very fast. Could get way too strong, way too fast. Just because of the nature of its playstyle. It would also be a level 5. Yeah, I mean, like this is a level 2 card too. 23 initiative. I mean, to me, that's the same as 19 pretty much. Like, I wouldn't really differentiate that too much. There's maybe only a couple of enemies. There's like Living Bones have got a 20, but yeah, sure. There's no real major difference there. You and all character allies within range 3 may perform move 2. That's good. I liked the is it Lull into Oblivion has that for the Void Warden? Has a similar thing, but it's like move 3. It's a high level card though. That was always useful. So this will allow you to move. I guess you would move, so you could move this if you were mounted, you could move the mount. Well, no, it says all character allies. Ah, not summoned allies. That's specific. Okay, so you can't move your summons with this, huh? Because it says character allies. So that does make it worse. But the top is strong, so that's fine. I don't think we care too much about the bottom action on this card. The top is where it's at. The top means you're adjacent to 3 enemies. Hope you survive. I think we'll be okay. I hope we're okay. I will be all right. Okay, well, out of these 2 cards, I mean, Ceremonial Dance will probably have to be the pick, really. Which I think it's a good value attack. Good as a turn 1 play to mount your summon and let allies move. Yeah, I guess so. Play your summon as a top action. And I guess you could play it on like maybe 23 to allow everybody to move a little bit. Yeah, maybe. But then you got Ceremonial Dance top in the bin, and that will be a really good one to try and figure out when to play it, you know? Obviously, this is going to have a lot more value if you're playing a 3 and 4 player. So a 2 player, this will be quite underwhelming. And this top also could be a bit more underwhelming. I guess if you wanted to go more of a support build, this is okay. But this is obviously where the real the damage enjoyers will go, for sure. Right. Well, level 2, I'll be honest, a little bit, let's say a little bit underwhelmed. I think this is fine. Pretty good, actually, but just nothing too exciting there. The thing is, unless we get like a new mount, it's gonna... I feel like maybe a lot of the levels on this character are gonna feel like that because, like, it's quite a simple character in a way, and like this doesn't look exciting, but obviously while you're mounted trying to make it happen is a bit more exciting. So it's like there'll be probably quite a lot of cards that will look fairly basic, but actually playing them will not be necessarily basic. Like there'll be a bit more thought that goes into it than just playing the card. Okay, take the reins, level 3. One summon ally within range 3 performs attack +1. Nice. With you controlling the ability, if you are mounted on this summon, add +2 attack. Yes, there it is. I said it. I wanted it. We got it. We got it. Yes, good. Good, 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 good. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to have some cool way of us getting bonus for like running around on our mounts, making sure we're on a mount, rewarding us as players for being mounted. And that's what this does. So let's say if we're on the bull, it's normally an attack 2. So this would be an attack 4. So it would do its attack, which is like 2 and a push 1. And then we could like move up to it. And then we could attack it for 4 with another push 1 after that, right? So we could almost push it like... We could, if there was a trap 2 spaces away, we could potentially push it into into that trap 2 spaces away, right? Get 2 push 1s. Kind of cool. The level 8 summon with this is insane. Spoilers. Well, yeah, I mean, this is also going to have general good upside with anything, you know, that we find. Mounts are only going to get stronger as we go up. So, you know, for example, if there are, you know, instead of push, we get something like poison, or we get wound or curse or whatever, you know, all of that kind of stuff will start to add up as well. So any extra effects that we could potentially get. So it's going to be really, really good. Cool. Why would it be an attack 5? It's an attack 4, right? 2 + 2, 4. Oh, add. Oh, I see. Because it's add. It's not 2 attack instead. Got you. Sorry, I usually read the... Wow, that's even stronger. Okay. That's way stronger. Okay, gotcha. Sorry, like usually this is worded like if you're mounted, add +2 instead. There's usually the word instead written here. There is not the word instead written here. Got you. Okay. Well, that's even stronger again. That's even stronger again. Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that the word instead is not here. But then I guess it's like an attack, a single attack 5 melee isn't like super crazy. You definitely want to enhance the attack on some of these summons, huh? That's really good. I'm nerfing myself. Yeah, I know. I just expect there to be instead here because I was like, oh, and I was still like, I was really happy with that. Now it's even better, right? Can you grant the mule an attack if it doesn't normally have an attack? No. Well, yes and no. In this instance, no, because it says attack +1, and because it doesn't have an attack value, there's nothing to +2 it. However, if it said grant it an attack 2 action, then it would be able to attack. So this is plussing off of the base value. And because it doesn't have a base value, it can't attack. So therefore, it doesn't work. But if this said grant a summon an attack 2 action, it would work because it's giving it the action. Does that make sense? Like it's one of these like small nuances in the rules, but because it's basically increasing, and because there is no base value. So I'm trying to think of like other summons that do this. I think the Mind Thief has a card that's confusing in that way as well, because it's an attack plus 0, and I always like, yeah, attack plus 0, I can use it for this, and you can't use it for certain things. Mules are notoriously stubborn, can't make them do anything. Go. Move 4. If you mount a summon with this movement, perform attack 2. I mean, I'm not quite sure why you would need a move 4, but I mean, I guess if you've left the summon behind or the summon's ahead of you somehow, I'm not quite sure how that works out. Maybe the ostrich got away from you. That ostrich is fast. Maybe that ostrich is just gone. Like, it's gone. You need like a move. You have to enhance this as well, catch up to it. Feels a bit more situational, but cool though. I like the idea of it. Not quite sure how I'm practically going to use it though. Like this could say like move 1 to me, you know? It's like, oh cool, I can play the summon and attack with it on the first turn. But when you spawn into a scenario, the chances are you're not next to an enemy. You're not going to, and it would be kind of stupid for you to like summon your mount right next to an enemy and then kind of go onto it, because then it's going to immediately take damage and it's probably going to die. Like, that would be kind of dumb. So yeah, I guess it's kind of like the ostriches run away, the pack mules run away. Gotta go grab it. Maybe you can get some extra value and an attack off of it as well. I mean, this top is obviously very strong, and this bottom could be strong, could be an interesting effect, could just come up in play. But then how do you do the attack? What if, well, I mean, if the ostriches run away, then you'd hope that it's run towards an enemy, right? I mean, it's going to focus enemies. So if one of your summons has literally bolted, you've unmounted it, and because of the focus AI, it's run off into the distance, you can then catch up to it, jump on it, and attack the thing that it's just run off and tried to attack, right? So like, this could be a really good like mid-room mount shift type card, where you're like, maybe you're on like a mount, but then like you're like, oh, I don't really want to be on this mount anymore, and maybe you've got two summons that are mounts out already, and so that mount's like shot off in front. You're like, now's a good time to switch. So maybe you catch up to it, jump onto it. I don't know. Like, I could see a situation where if you have two summons and one of them's run off because of the AI focus, you want to catch up to it, jump on, and maybe you get some value. But obviously the top of this card is so strong that you'd probably want to be always playing the top here. But I could see, like, if you wanted to play multiple mounts, then this could be an interesting way of playing that, and not being, you know, kind of hampered by doing that, because, you know, obviously it'd be a little bit inefficient for you to keep jumping on and off all the time, because you've got things that work quite well if you're mounted. So you'd always be playing these move actions and wasting bottom actions, whereas this is kind of like, it's a move onto a new mount that doesn't necessarily waste a bottom action, because you could get the little attack too on top too. Something later on encourages you to have two. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's have a look at the other level 3. I like this card though, really strong card. This is good. Agile Predator, summon Black Panther. Nice. 5 health, 3 move, attack 1. Mount, retaliate. All attacks targeting this summon gain disadvantage. I'm not so sure about this one. I mean, you know, disadvantage plus retaliate is kind of cool. So at least, like, I think it does a bit more, right? Because you'd hope that maybe they draw that miss, and then they take retaliate damage. Maybe they draw their -2s. If you're playing like a cursing strat, so if you've got somebody in your party who's playing a cursing strat, this could be like crazy strong. Because you're just going to be like, yep, permanent disadvantage. Retaliate 1. I mean, that's going to be so good. Also means that things like ranged enemies won't try and run away from you as well, because this would give them a source of disadvantage. So moving away would not solve their disadvantage, so they wouldn't move. So it's a good way of just kind of cornering an archer, potentially. But those are kind of quite corner case type things for what is, you know, a fairly bare bones summon otherwise, I would say. You know, it's for balance reasons, but Black Panther attack 1, thematic fail. It does feel a little bit, you know, like for what would appear to be possibly our sort of most aggressive summon, you know, in terms of attacking potential that we've seen. Because, I mean, maybe it's, maybe the bull. I don't know. Fighting bull's pretty aggressive. But, you know, you'd think that it would be able to dish out some damage, right? You'd think that. See, I would agree with that. Seems a little bit much. But I do like what's going on here. And in certain party compositions with certain builds, this could be just, like, crazy good. But if you don't have that, it does feel a little bit weak to me. Especially considering that there's lots of other cards that we can play to just stop these guys from taking damage. You know, or just redirect the damage in some way. I mean, I guess if they have disadvantage and then you play the bottom of that card that allows you to take damage instead of your mount or your summons. They'll attack this with disadvantage, so then you'd get that benefit, and then when he attacks you, feels a bit cute, but there's something there. Compared to the ostrich, this has +1 health, retaliate 1, and disadvantage instead of the initiative. The thing with, yeah, true. Which is obviously, I think that's a knock against this card, if anything, because obviously this would be a invested decision to take this card versus what is just a card we could, in theory, just leave in our sideboard and bring whenever we want, right? Disadvantage with retaliate. It's like you hope they don't get the crit miss. Retaliate will still trigger if they don't do any damage. Retaliate triggers on attack, not on damage dealt. Does that make sense? So if the enemy fails to do damage, you still trigger retaliate. That's why it's so good with curse. Thought miss wouldn't trigger it. No. Yeah, it does, man. Absolutely. It's why, like, it's like why disadvantage and retaliate can be very powerful in certain builds, because it's just like the enemy is just put into an unwinnable position because they can't, like, they're gonna draw, like, I mean, I guess they could draw like a crit and a +2 on their disadvantage draw, right? But if you're mixing a load of curses in, it really makes it a real pain in the ass. I think the extra alpha disadvantage is useful because it means it can survive a stray hit if you weren't expecting. The other mounts would probably die in one shot from a random monster. Yeah, true. Like, let's say, like, disadvantage or muddle in general will save you. I think it's on average about a point of damage. Like, not always, you know, sometimes it'll be more, sometimes it'll be less. But I think, like, generally speaking, it's considered to be a point of damage off of an attack. So, you know, at this kind of level, maybe you're getting attacked for like 3 and 4 by enemies. So yeah, I mean, you should, in theory, with disadvantage, survive at least 1 hit with this. Maybe even 2. So that would allow you then to play your heals, to then maybe heal the Panther back up again if you wanted to. So yeah, there's definitely something there. Yeah, whether or not I mean, this is obviously better than the ostrich, because the ostriches, like, reduce your initiative by 10 is interesting, but it feels like a lot of the cards that we have are fairly low initiatives anyway. Like, we've had some opportunities to have like low, kind of like, you know, teens and 20s, so it would only be lowering them maybe to, you know, sub 10 numbers, which is good against certain enemies, but not always necessary. And of course, you don't really want to reduce late initiatives, and we've got loads of those, so... With Sucker Punch, the disadvantage and retaliate will still trigger and be awesome. Best Sucker Punch combo yet. With Sucker Punch, the one with the immobilize, is the other one. This, I think, like, it does have good synergy with the bottom of Sucker Punch. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm not super sold on this. I guess it's opposite a very good card right now. So the bottom is one summoned ally within range 3 performs move +1 with you controlling the ability. Yeah, this is really good movement though, for you to be able to stay mounted. I feel like, I don't know, in a weird way, I kind of wish one of these cards was at level 2. Kind of wish this one was like at level 2. And then this one was at 3. Because it feels like level 2, like, yeah, this is a good card, but it doesn't really play... It doesn't, you know, inherently play straight into the theme of what we want to play. Like, this is a really good move. Really good move. Nice to have if you're playing the ostrich. Yeah, but, I mean, even the bull. You know, just being able to move 3 on the bottom and stay mounted. I think I'm going to have to go with Take the Reins just because it's like the top seems is so strong. And of course, scales with, you know, if we get better aggressive summons later on, you know, Pelican's saying we do. There's one that's very strong later on. So obviously this kind of thing will scale, whereas this doesn't particularly scale. I mean, I guess this could in theory to have a high movement summon, but you know, at a certain point, movement kind of tails off. Like, you know, once you get above like move 5, you know, do you really need any more movement than move 5 most of the time? Occasionally, but rarely, unless you're actually, you know, sort of pulling off some crazy combo or something. You know, you've got a very specific purpose for it. Whereas damage can never scale off. You know, you're always going to need more damage. Damage going up is always good. There's no limit to damage, right? So I think like I would be picking Take the Reins here, and I kind of wish that this was maybe at level 2. But you know, there's got to be tough decisions when you level up sometimes. Can't have it your way every way. Okay, so level 4 we've got War Paint. Enemies cannot focus on or target you or your mounted summon with attacks this round. Okay, so it's like kind of like invisibility, but not invisibility. That's an interesting idea. And it creates Earth. So could set you up for a really good second round. Like 28 initiative though. Not a great initiative for this kind of thing. I guess if you're on the ostrich it would be 18. Really good door opening card though, right? Run in. Also, if you're just next to a bunch of, like for example, if we took Ceremonial Dance, right? We said that this could be a bit dangerous. Maybe if you go late, go in and do a Ceremonial Dance, attack some stuff, then go really early the next turn with War Paint. And then maybe use a couple of bottom attacks. Like we've got a couple of cards that will allow us to do bottom attacks. Could be an idea. So Invis but ends with the rounds. Yeah. Higher level summons have been talked about house ruling in some way. I'll say when we get there. Okay, I guess we'll have to see when we get there. I feel like this is like quite a nice safety net for you and your summon. You and your mount. It's not very glamorous, but it would really allow you to play aggressively and then on the next turn kind of take a turn off, right? I think it's an interesting idea. It's just that there are some additional constraints against invis to avoid door blocking. Yeah, that's true. Well, when you're invisible, you're technically treated as an obstacle, right? This one, you wouldn't be treated as an obstacle, but you couldn't be focused on. I feel like maybe the intention here is to give 1 round invisibility. But, like, that doesn't really exist. You know, invisibility doesn't exist in that way, so you can't use the invisibility keyword. So you gotta be more creative. But Frosthaven rules say you can be passed through. That's true. So this would actually be like old school invisibility. I mean, I like it. I felt like it's going to buy you some time. It's going to be safe. I really hate the 28 initiative, though. I really wish this was early initiative. Then I think it'd be a slam dunk. Okay, the bottom. Oh, we got a passive. We got a passive. Enemies focus on you before focusing on your mounted summon. You may choose to act before your mounted summon. Hey! Now that is something, huh? A newt. A big newt. Hey, Phantom. Nice card name for these 2 effects. Yeah. Why would you want to act before your summon? Oh, dude, this works so well on the pack mule. Oh my god, this is like the pack mule card. I'm all in on pack mule. Okay, we're all in on pack mule, chat. So we play this.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Hell yeah. So we play this. Pack mule can't be attacked, right? And we always go before pack mule. And we just use the move 3 to run away. And we hit him with the sucker punch top. And then pack mule allows us to run away. The dream. The dream. That's so good. I'm all about that. Okay. Kind of cool. But it would be like burning 2 cards. But I guess we could always get them back with that other card that we have. It just doesn't have very good synergy with like this. In fact, it has terrible synergy with this. You really wouldn't want to take the reins if that's the case. Pack mule strat maybe won't be the best strat for the card choices that we make. But this feels like it'd be awesome with pack mule. It'd be so cool because you just... The pack mule doesn't attack, so you just use it as a move 3. It's persistent effect. Yeah, persistent. Lasts forever. I'm sold. And essentially, we have to burn 2 cards, but we get constant heal 2. And we get so much flexibility with our movement and what we do. Like, we'd just be pinging all over the place. I will be giving so many, like, other characters that have good movement a run for their money. Enhance pack mule for always move 4 and heal 2. Yeah! Enhance the pack mule. And then we just got... You wouldn't even need to... Wouldn't need to worry about this. Heal 4. Oh my god, you just have constant move 4 at the end of every round, or before if you wanted. That's the best thing. You could either be like, okay, I'm going to take my move 4 action now, or I'm going to take my move 4 action after I've taken a turn. That's ridiculous value. That's like, you know, like we were talked about Sand Devil being like, hey, Sand Devil is like ultimately interesting, and there is a cool idea of you just riding the Sand Devil around and never having to play a bottom move again. Well, the problem is the Sand Devil doesn't move very much, so it's like, okay, but you know, sometimes you need to move a bit more. I mean, 4 movement. That's crazy. All these cool animals, and the best one is a mule. I mean, was it ever going to be in doubt? I come up with a unique strategy on this character. The never have to play a bottom move action ever again. Persistent heal 2. I just need like a shield top. To be fair, I mean, if you don't care, I mean, these are terrible perks anyway. We could just wear armor and take the negative conditions. Chief tank. Done. I mean, like, we don't care. Like, our attack modifier deck's already pretty trash. Like, it's just, what's a couple more -1s gonna do, you know? Why not? Oh. I actually kind of want to try it. I actually feel like I want to try it now. The full-blown mule build. Maybe when I play my Crimsonscales, I'll pick this character and I'll play mule build. Spiked muzzle is the other level 4. I mean, who cares at this point? The next 3 times your mount summon attacks, add +2 attack to the attacks. No synergy with mule. Not interested. I mean, in all seriousness, though, this is good. But it's got no synergy. The bottom is move 2. One summon ally performs move +1 with your controlling ability. Nice. So we could mount the summon. And then we could move off with the summon in one single action. That's pretty good. Like, if you want to hit the ground running in a scenario, play the summon, jump on, off we go. Could ride the mule, too. No more backcloud graphic. It's all about the mule. The mule would certainly be easier. I feel like the mule is actually OP. Might be the best summon ever made. I mean, think about... Tranquil Trill was the level 8 card. What was Tranquil Trill? Level 6, 7 card? I rest my case. Get it at level 1. You get personal Tranquil Trill at level 1. Okay. I mean, this is obviously the stronger of the 2 cards. Because I think this is very flexible. Extra attack. Or just move onto your mount. And then off you go. Like, imagine like playing the ostrich on the first turn. You could completely move the entire room, pretty much, right? You play you'd play ostrich top and this bottom. You'd go late, of course. You'd play ostrich 1 hex in front of you. Then you would move onto the ostrich. And then you would move 3 + 1, you'd move 4. I mean, you've technically moved 5 because you've moved 1 ahead as well. So, I mean, and then you're in like prime position. And then obviously your ostrich, you could go early next turn. Your ostrich is going to move you 3 as well. You're on the other side of the room already. You've already opened the door to the second room. You're off. See you later. Off into the sunset. The only burn heal card I like is a mule. Sad but true. Sad but true. Okay. In all seriousness, this is probably the best of the 2 cards. But this has got a lot of cool utility on the top anyway. And this is just... This could fundamentally break the game. This could just... Like, even not just with Mule. I just look with any summon, right? Just you being able to act before your summon could completely change the game. Like suddenly all of your melee attacks are not that hard to land. Like, because your melee attacks was a little bit awkward. But if you could be like, hey, no, actually, I want to go before here and I want to run away. Like all of these like more risky melee attacks that you have suddenly become much easier to execute because you have that flexibility of when you're going to move. You like more the Panther? With the Panther? I mean, sure, it's just like 3 move, right? Gives much more value to melee summons if you are also next to their target. Yeah. This is really interesting one because this is strong. This is absolutely strong. Like by the numbers, very strong. And this is a really good way to move. Really efficient, effective way to move. But this might fundamentally like just shake up the game so much that you just should use it. Because, I mean, like, playing with this is efficient. Playing with this is like big brain, like crazy, weird strats. Like, what? Like, you're going to be, you're going to have so much flexibility and you'll be looking at the game in a completely different way. Like, the puzzle will be different. I think you've got to play Warpaint. I mean, I think I would have to play with Warpaint. Not just for Mule, but I'm more excited for Mule. But I say like this, like this will be fun, right? You know, this will be like, yeah, I'm running around, I'm hitting stuff, I'm doing lots of damage. It's like, great, you know? Whereas this is like, oh, I'm going to do this, and then the summon's going to move me to there, and then I'm going to do this, and we'll mobilize this guy and move away, do this. Like, it's kind of crazy. And then this as well is actually pretty decent on its own because you can play very, very aggressively and then just use this to kind of get away with it, right? Go late on the previous turn, play super aggressively, then try and go early with Warpaint to just kind of phase a round of aggression. Hopefully then the enemies are going to move away from you or your allies will start to deal with them, right? And then on the next turn, you can, you know, maybe the enemy's moved away from you. Maybe you can go late again. You know, maybe you'll be safe. Interesting. This makes you play the game in a different way, and I like that. Yeah, I'm all about Warpaint. I'm all about that Warpaint. Okay, level 5. Chest Thumper. Summon a Lowland Gorilla. Ooh, baby. 7 health. 3 move, 2 attack with jump. Holy cow. And we can mount the gorilla? I mean, the logistics of that. Oh, this is a permanent one. They don't let you get this back. You know that this is strong. If this symbol is on here, you know this is strong. After killing an enemy, this summon performs a heal to self. I mean, that's maybe a bit... Move 3 jump, though. Here's the house rule. This summon and several others are unrecoverable, so you can really only play one of them, rarely 2. The house rule you've seen mentioned is making them recoverable, so you can play them all if you want. I guess it depends on how much replay value you want to lend to a character. Because you could also make an argument here that this is, you know, this could encourage you to replay this character again and instead maybe play the other one a bit more. I don't know. We'll have to see what the other ones are, but certainly this one would give Mule a bit of a run for that money, right? I mean, now we would get a move 3 jump with Warpaint. Oh, and we could... I mean, saying that, this guy's hardly ever going to get damaged, though. If you're playing Warpaint, these guys... Like, this becomes a bit irrelevant with Warpaint, right? I mean, there's still a chance that they would focus it because it could be an AoE or a multi-target or something. I like this guy. Yeah, I like this guy too, Pelican. I think he's good. I mean, move 3 jump is great. 7 health is alright. 2, I mean, this... Yeah, like, mounts feel like they need to be... Like, it's going to come down to the innate abilities a lot of the time, whether or not they're going to be super useful for us. And obviously the movement value, I think, is quite important too. I think this is good. We'll give the mule a run for its money. Still feel like the mule is completely OP, but there you go. Strengthen. Affect all allies within range 2. That's pretty good effect. Like on a character like this, right, where we do have we have some multi-targets, and unfortunately this doesn't affect us. It's only all allies. But you know, we have summons and things, so and again, this effect works quite well with Warpaint, because in theory we could choose for them to go after us if we wanted to get a strengthened attack out of a summon this round. Kind of interesting. Killing enemy would take the reins with this. I guess the initiative kind of sucks for that though, right? Take the reins wasn't particularly great. I guess you could go late, but maybe you'd be okay going late with that. Yeah, maybe you'd be okay. Just bottom abilities that aren't move. We're interested in those. You don't see how this helps the mule next. It doesn't really. I think the gorilla's trying to make a play on replacing the mule here, but I'm not buying. I'm not biting. What's the other level 5? Positive reinforcement. Add +1 attack to all your attacks while you are mounted. Oh my god. How many cards can we burn? Can we burn 3? Can we just go super hard? So then we get +1 attack and heal 2 every single round. Oh, there's not enough cards. Oh, God. It's not enough. Oh. Oh, my God. Am I seriously considering going down to like 7 cards? Well, I guess we could just play the one that recovers 3. We get Mule, this, and Warpaint back. Those are the 3. Holy cow. So that's the build, and we would have, so we'd have a pretty, it'll be slow. It'd be so slow. The first like room we'd be like, hold up guys, I need to take like 2 rounds, 3 rounds before I can do anything. So just chill out. Like on the first round, you play like the bottom of Warpaint and you play the top of Positive Reinforcement. And then on the next round, you play the top Mule and move on to the Mule. And like round 3.
No, that's a lot of damage.
Round 3 and 3 cards burned, baby. Nothing to show for it yet. Let's go. Oh, man. I mean, we'll be super good after that, though. On our War Mule. I'm going to call this build the War Mule build. The I want to play Drift above Frosthaven isn't out build. No, it's the War Mule build. This is what it is. I mean, that's all I'm focused on now. I don't know about anything else. 24 initiative, 1 summoned ally within range 3 performs a move +0, attack +0. Consume Earth to get +1 attack with you controlling the abilities. I mean, that's actually pretty good, like as a bottom ability. That's a really good, actually. Hey, I mean, maybe Positive Reinforcement is just the pick here. Top much all in? I mean, we got to be all in, right? I think, like, the bottom of this card's actually probably the best. Like, if you were to just say, you know, if you were to play this by the rules, you know, this guy is one-time use. That's it. You have to try and protect him. Realistically, we do have other summons that are fairly similar to this. Right? And they don't punish us this hard. They don't invest us so hard into it. This ability is really strong. Especially if we're going to be enhancing. Like, if we're picking a mount and we're enhancing it. I mean, I know we're enhancing the mule, but, you know, for those people who, the non-believers, let's say, decide to enhance the fighting bull with this with a +1 attack, this with a +1 move, just go for it. Or the ostrich. Right? Synergy. Shun the non-believers, but I feel like this is the best ability here. This does have +3 alpha, +1 attack and jump versus the ostrich. Yeah, it is better than the ostrich, absolutely. But what I'm saying is the ostrich you can get back, right? Lowland Gorilla is a bit of a... I mean, and that might be okay. Like, with this particular character, maybe like just some small incremental advantages is better. I just feel like this is a really non... It's almost like a non-benefit. Like, it's... Sure, it might come up a little bit. If this activates once or twice, sure. But this just seems really good to me. Plus, again, this will scale with better summons as we find them. You know, we have something, you know, this is better than other ones that we have, but this is pretty cool too. I mean, the only problem is this absolutely does nothing in the War Mule build, but this is where it's at in the War Mule build. So, I don't know. Decisions. Okay, level 6. 1 with nature, attack 4, consume earth +2 attack. Okay, attack 6, melee. I mean, it's nothing fancy, but it's effective. And the bottom is just move 5, make earth. Good value card is good value. 33 initiative is, you know, average. But yeah, good value card is good value. This does seem a bit overkill because do we really... Are we needing to move 5? I mean, this would work well with the War Mule build. Like, the thing that the War Mule build needs is just reliable attacks. Reliable, non-burn, Chieftain attacks. And that's what this is. So... could be quite good. That's the kind of thing that you want. Nothing fancy, but it's just doing the job. We're already moving 3 or 4 every turn. Yeah. But it generates an element, right? I feel like this is a bit like, you know, we had move 3 create earth at level 1. I don't feel like move 5 create earth is hugely different because this character has, if we're not mounted, we're probably looking to mount, and I can't see our mount being very far away a lot of the time. Right, the other guy's Venomous Mayhem. Summon Cottonmouth Snake. Oh, this isn't a mount. Poison and Immobilize, though. 5 health, 4 move, 4 XP. This looks very similar to a certain spider card that we were looking at earlier. It's only 1 snake, though. Hey, this works really well with your mount, huh? With the push mount. If you summon the snake first, then you summon the mount second. then the snake will always go before your mount. And then your mount can push it away. So we can kind of do the whole kind of, you know, poison immobilized push thing again, like we were trying last week. Half a spider. Yeah, but it can kind of do the similar kind of thing. 4 movement is a lot of movement on a melee summon, huh? I quite like the idea of this on alongside the bull. It's great with the commands. Move it away. As the immobilized take. Yeah, sure, yeah, exactly. Last one we just saw, right? Can do this as well. Good way to keep things moving. It's definitely like a good utility summon, and poison's going to be really strong for this character. Lots of things taking turns. I think this is a really useful summon. Really useful summon. You've got lots of ways to interact with it. Lots of things you can do with it. I guess that, you know, you don't want to get completely sucked in on the whole mount thing. You know, you can have things that aren't mounts. And if this was like a mount, it would maybe be a bit too easy. Like, because you would basically just be immobilizing and running away from stuff every single turn. So at least to get that benefit of that kind of poison immobilized combo and moving this guy away, you're going to need to play some other cards around it. You know, you're going to have to play smart. You have to work for it a little bit, which I like. You know, the combo is there, but you need to work for it. It's not just given to you. If this was like giant snake that you could ride, you know? One with nature is 6 + 1 attack with the persistent level 5 + 1 attack PS1 with the bomber piercing darts. I know. Not bad, huh? Good point. The bottom of this card, though, is also very good. Attack 3 poison as a bottom attack. I mean, that's music to your ears, really. That's very good. At the second floor, looking at the bottom, this might be the card for the war mule build. Quite possibly, because you don't really want bottom actions, but you also need strong top actions, so... The thing with this character is, though, is you have a really bad attack modifier deck. Like, this attack modifier deck makes me sad on this character, really. So most of the time we're going to be drawing like +1s. So maybe it's better to go for like heavier attacks than it is. I mean, like attacking twice in a turn. Would be very good. It's tough. And then you could always chuck the snake out, I suppose, for like 2 XP and a bit of utility with the mule. Hard to pass up an attack 6, but this card is pretty nice. Yeah, I think it's close. Yeah, you're right. I think it's close. Because again, with the persistent +1, this is an attack 4 poison bottom. And the fact that we'll have the flexibility of having a move 3 before or after or whatever we need, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe Venomous Mayhem might be the pick, because an attack 3 poison bottom is just really good. And then we could use the Earth. So we've got the level 1 attack that's attack 3 +1 an advantage, right? So we actually have an attack that's very similar to this, but it's attack 3, consume Earth to get +1 attack and advantage, I believe. I'll double check that. And advantage is basically like getting +1. So, you know, if you have no other source of advantage, they're going to be very similar attacks. Yeah, right? I mean, it's the same card. It's pretty much the same card. Changed my mind. Is it not? Is it like? Is like, you know, is Resurrection dressed up in like their dad's trench coat or something and moved over to level 6? What's happened here? I'm confused. Am I liking this character so far? Yes, very much. Any character that has a meme build is always going to rank high in my in my books. Any character where I can full on just create something probably completely janky, but maybe kind of fun. Like, imagine if we could complete Deadly Difficulty with the War Mule build. I mean, that'd be pretty epic. And yet I never found the tank more build. Yeah, but that character was fun. The regular build was fun. Like, this character definitely feels like there is a... Like, there's a couple of different routes you can go. Like, in terms of like, hey, do you want to use like this mount? You know, what's your favorite mount? You end up maybe picking one, which is cool. Because that gives players a little bit of like... You know, like if you were like talking to somebody else who's played the characters, like, oh, which mount did you like? And they said, oh, I really like this mount because it had, you know, I really like the gorilla because it had the move and the jump. So I was running the gorilla. Okay, great. What one did you like? Well, I just enhanced the hell out of the bull and I used that. Okay, which one did you use? Oh, I really liked having the extra 10 off my initiative and the extra movement. So I was using the ostrich. Cool. And like I think people will like play whichever summon they particularly like and probably sink money into it, which is cool. You pick a favorite. My favorite's going to be the reliable mule. Even some like, you know, tortoise lovers out there, I expect. I think we're going to probably go with Venomous Mayhem here, chat, because I feel like this is actually the same as that Resurrection card, just maybe slightly better. But probably about the same. So I think we're going to go for Venomous Mayhem. And then we've got like some snakes if we want them, right? That's what's nice about this character. You have a best friend. Yeah. This is the kind of character that, you know, if you wanted to like sell this game to somebody, like, hey, like you could be this character and you get this like, you know, you get this mount, you get this kind of pet that's like your best friend, you get to ride around and go on adventures together. Loads of people will be like, sold, I'm in. Like, I know for a fact that if I was to like mention this one to my girlfriend, she'd probably be like, that's the one I'm playing. Like, oh, you can play this person and they get to ride around on a donkey. And she's like, yep. I get to have a donkey? Yeah, I want that one. Alright, Impervious Armor. Level 7. Summon Battle Rhinoceros. 7 health, 2 move, 2 attack, shield 1, pierce 3. Hello. While mounted on this summon, you gain shield 1. Hey. This guy's pretty good. It's a non-recoverable one though, but you know, I think we kind of know that that's some of these bigger ones are going to be like that because they're so strong. Like playing them twice would be crazy. Battle Rhinoceros. This is a cool summon. A really cool summon. Because, like, the shield one is, like, on itself gives you a bit of flexibility, but also this thing doesn't, like, you know, if you wanted to go the war paint build, it means that this isn't, like, wasted.
Nice.
Now you can kind of tank. Two movement is a bit restrictive, but understandable because it's, well, it's a rhinoceros. So, sure. I can appreciate that. The bottom is shield 2. Affects self and the mounted summon. Okay. Which was like what I kind of wanted that level 2 bottom burn to be. Something like this. Okay, well, we've got it. It's level 7. Fair enough. It's pretty strong ability, so fair enough. I mean, this is great to play in a pinch. Yeah, there's definitely a build here. It's like, do you play Warpaint or not? Like, if you don't play Warpaint, cool. Then you're just going to have to maybe, like, manage your summons sort of like health a bit more. You know, you're going to have to have abilities like this in the bag just to maybe keep yourself safe. Obviously, 86 initiative is trash for this. So, you're going to have to pair it with something early. Which I guess is not the best. It's never good when you're forced to have to play another card for its initiative with it. You've got some early initiatives you can play, but I do feel like that's it just means that this is more awkward. I kind of like it. You think Warpaint's a good one if you're playing big summons? Well, I think if you're playing big summons, though, like, for example, this guy can absorb a hit, so Warpaint's not so good. You know? Because, like, especially if you're going after, like, if you're trying to single people out, take one-on-ones, not so good. But, you know, getting this thing here, I think, is like crazy power level. All right, let's have a look at what the other one is. Level 7. Attack 3. Add +1 attack for each depicted hex between you and the target. Strapping Bullwhip. What? This is a... Oh, okay. This is kind of crazy. So... Oh, I really like the theme on this one. This is a very creative attack card. So, okay. So, if this was... So, let's say we were targeting this hex here. This would be attack 5. This guy would be attack 4. This guy would be attack 3. And we would get 1 XP if we were to target this thing here. Attack 3, 4, and 5. Yeah, feed me. Yeah. Kind of cool, right? It's a very unique attack. Reminds me a lot of like the Gemini patterns, like the like, is it the stingers or whatever? The pincer, the kind of pincer ones that they have, which kind of like arc. Reminds me a little bit of them, but it's a little bit different. This is really cool, really interesting idea. It's like it's a pseudo ranged attack as well, but it's not really ranged, right? This is really cool, and with the mule. And with the war paint, you could just move yourself to like an advantageous position to do this. Then you could play like a bottom buff to buff it all. Oh, this is the pick for me. This is all in mule. It's gotta be. 5, 6, 7 with a pierce 1 if you run the level 5 persistent plus the bottom of the level 1 piercing darts. Yeah. It's crazy. Crazy, right? And it's a non-burn, too. Ancient Drill? Yeah, Ancient Drill says hello. Huh? Man. Yeah, this is an incredible attack, actually, with this character. Like, the thing is as well is that I think that you can quite reliably try and get this, right? So you just kind of like put yourself in the position to get it. If you can hit 2 targets and it's these 2, Man, that's just super value. That's so strong. The bottom of this card as well is if you are mounted on a summon, gain plus to attack PS2 on your next melee attack this round, then discard this card. With the attack everything at level 2, the attack... Was it attack 3? Attack 2, target 3? This has got some serious synergy with that other attack that we took at level 2 potentially as well. Get some goggles. Yeah. This could be crazy damage. Really good damage. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Rhinoceros. You're really cool. But this is just insane. This is just crazy. Next attack. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Boo. I mean, it's still good, right? I mean, we're going to be using the top. We're going to be using the top anyway. Imagine like being having this the perfect turn, like poison that. Oh, beautiful. I don't think it's even close between these two cards. Like for any build outside of a tanking build, like a real like you want to go for a big tank build, which I think is a bit hard on this character because of, you know, you kind of having to wait till level 7 to really get something great for it. You had a couple of things early on, like the turtle, I guess, but I don't know. This is a really good mount. Really, really good. Like the raw numbers. Apart, I mean, obviously move 2, but PS3.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
This thing's always going to be doing damage. Bomb of this can result in attack 9 PS2 if you took 1 with nature. I mean, but it would still be an attack 8 with the resurrection, right? You only lose 1 damage with resurrection, but you get advantage on it, so you wouldn't even need to use the goggles. I would say that this plus resurrection is better than this plus 1 with nature. Because, like, I would rather have this.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Honestly, when you're doing an attack that big, like, you just don't want to miss. And it's not the kind of thing you want to use goggles for because, you know, goggles you want to use for your bullwhip, right? You want to use it for the top. You want to use it for when you're targeting multiple things. You don't really want to have to use it on a single target attack. I mean, you can, but it's not where the value of that item really lies. So... yeah, this card's sensational. Sensational. I'm actually starting to think that like high level War Mule might be just ridiculous. You're gonna be so good at everything. Everyone's just gonna be so jealous of you. Everyone around the table is gonna be so jealous of your power. Is the level 9 gonna be another mule? It better be. Majestic Mass.
Now that's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. Summon War Elephant. 8 health, 2 move, attack 3. Ooh, it does a little... so its attack is a little AoE. So it could attack 2 things with the right kind of positioning, which, you know, you're mounted. You should be controlling this, so you should be able to get some good situations to do this. Destroy 1 single hex obstacle adjacent to the target. Could be good, could be bad. You know, sometimes obstacles are good for the players, or quite often they're good for the players, so you don't always want to do that, but thematic works. Yeah, this guy can do a bunch of damage. Plus, because this is an innate, all of the buffs that we had, like all of the, you know, this guy does an attack, like this stuff, will still work with that pattern. Because that pattern is innate. Top 3 take the reins. Now an attack 6, target 2. That's not good, huh? Works really well with anything that adds, like, allows him to attack again. Yeah. This is by far the best damage dealing mount we've come across, right? All of the other mounts have been like, yeah, they could do a little bit of damage. Like, they'd probably just be doing sort of additional damage to what you're doing. Whereas War Elephant alone is going to be outputting potentially, even just on its turn, is potentially going to be outputting as much damage as you might on a single target attack on your turn. So, like, that's pretty crazy. This is like you are playing a high-level summon, you know, like Spitting Cobra or Unicorn, something like that. Something to that effect, you know? Plus it has its own attack 3 and use bottom of level 5 to have it attack again. Consume Earth. Attack 3, attack 4, attack 6. All target 2. Same turn. Yep. Heads overall. Definitely stunned. I think it's so good. Like, it's so value in terms of attack damage. It's not Mule though. Like, the problem with the Mule build is that you can't burn any other cards. You burn 3 cards and then that's it. You're done. You can't afford to burn anymore. The bottom of this is you or a mounted summon perform move 4, which is also super versatile. Very, very versatile. Add spiked muzzle for 6. Yeah, you could go all in with spiked muzzle as well. Although, how do you muzzle an elephant? That's pretty impressive. Do you just stick a little... Do you stick like a little flail on his trunk? How does that work? Spend all your gold to enhance it to attack 4. Yeah, just go all in. This is like an unnecessary enhancement dart, really, isn't it? But if you can get the gold, I mean, I don't know how much it would be, but what are we talking? A couple of hundred, maybe? Like that +1? Enhance it with poison or something for the memes. I mean, to beat this in terms of value on a mount is going to be hard, I think. Yeah, you probably do want to just enhance it to attack 4 because you get multiple opportunities to attack with it, so it's probably better to just enhance raw damage. Oh yeah, they only get +1 anyway. Yeah, you're right, Nets. I forgot about that for a second there. But still, you would only want +1 because you're gonna be attacking with this guy so often that really poisons would be wasted anyway. All right. Tribal Blessing is the other level 8. You got a lot to live up to here, buddy. There's a big mountain for you to climb here. Heal 5, bless self. Also affect 1 character ally within range 3. Well, I guess there's one very, very clear signal that I'm getting here. I mean, this makes your decision a lot easier, huh? Move 4, heal 3, range 3. I mean, if we could do that on the summon... If this had this line of text on it as well. Sorting Fate level heal here is better. Well, this at least gives you a bless too, but doesn't give the enemy a bless. But Chief Tank is back. This is quite good for the Chief Tank build, I will say. It's just a heal 3. Like, you might not even use the move action. You might just use it as a heal 3, range 3. Also, you do have an enhancement dot here. Maybe we know why the modified deck is weak, because the ability cards are bonkers. Possibly. I think it's also, I think, a consideration that the summons can get out of hand. Like, summons can very easily get out of hand once you start to level up and, like, your attack modifiers become much better. It's one of the reasons why, like, you know, even Mystic Ally is really good at high level on the Spellweaver, because the Spellweaver will be flipping, like, +2s. So, suddenly you're doing 4 damage making fire or ice. You know, sort of like, yeah. Heal 10 with 2 blesses isn't bad, but it's no elephant. Where's my elephant?
Gentlemen, I am not leaving without my elephant. Hey! Where's my elephant? Where's my elephant? Where's my elephant? Where's my elephant?
Hey, they're playing the elephant song.
I love that. Reminds me of elephants.
I think we all know what we have to do. I mean, I want to play the War Mule, really. I want to play the War Mule, really. But, I mean, War Elephant's also pretty cool, I guess. In theory, if we were playing War Mule, would we go back? I think we might. If we're playing War Mule, strict War Mule build, we go back and we take one with nature instead. Definitely. That's how this works. All right. Maybe we would take Majestic Mask just for the bottom ability. But otherwise, I think we're going back and we're taking one with nature with the War Mule build. Oh, okay. Okay, level 9. Here we go. Big level 9s. You can see one mount. See, for you to take a non-mount at level 9, I felt like, I don't know, it would be such the easiest decision here would be to, like, we chuck this amazing mount at level 9 and it becomes like just a binary, you always take that card type decision, right? Like that, I think that's the problem with a character like this, because it only has one feature, which is I have mounts. So if a level 9 card is not a mount, it's going to have to do something pretty spicy. It's going to have to be pretty good. Or the level 9 mount has to be very specialist, you know, in a certain way that only one build wants it. So we'll see. Okay. Master the Reins. All summoned allies you own perform move +1, attack +1, move +1. Really good with the snakes. With you controlling the abilities. Really, really good with the snakes. So if you had the snake and another, you know, so you have the snake plus your mount. This is pretty flexible. Pretty good ability. And it's not like super crazy strong. Like it's not like, you know, like bullwhip strong potentially, but it has a lot of flexibility. Really good synergy with the snake. Drop 3 summons, then this top, and you flip your whole modifier deck. Wow, your modifier deck's pretty thick, unfortunately. Not enough remove perks. So this is, I guess my only sort of reservation with this particular ability is that we've had what, like 2 non-mount summons, and I know that you don't have to mount a mount summon, but like this character to me does not feel like a Beastmaster, you know, circle style go wide type character. I don't get that feeling from them. We don't have like a ranged summon, for example. So I don't know, like it doesn't feel like we have like a summon that we always have out plus our mount. Like it feels like this card for many people who are playing won't do an awful lot. Basically, did you take the Cottonmouth Snake? Yes, this card might be useful for you. If you didn't, I don't think this card's very useful for you. I felt like, well, I didn't say it's not very useful. It's still useful, of course, but I mean, it's less, you know, worth it. Okay, so the bottom is place your character token on a summoned ally you own. This summon gains +1 attack on all of its attacks. You control the actions of this summon. Wow. Yeah, that's really good on the elephant, huh? Wow. Oh, but also that means you don't want to ride the elephant. What? You see, if you're riding the elephant, you're controlling the abilities anyway. I mean, yes, it gives it a +1 attack, but this would be like you could hop off the elephant, leave it to do its own thing, go on to something else, or what? This doesn't help Mule. This card does not help Mule at all. Mule build it needs some help right now, man. Level 9's not been kind so far to the Mule build. Oh, Mule and Elephant? Oh, play both? Could we possibly burn more? How many burns is too many burns? I mean, to be fair, we wouldn't need to burn the persistent +1 because we kind of have this instead. Reusable? It is reusable, which is nice. You can choose to discard it when you want, right? Double summon build. Ride the mule, control the elephant. Be a mule-elephant. It's so crazy it might work, you know? Basically, when we get to level 8 and we get the elephant, we just like switch the build up. We have resurrection though, so we're only really burning elephant. Well, the thing is, we wouldn't have to burn that other card that gave us the persistent +1 if we have this in effect. We wouldn't need to. We also could maybe not have to play the bottom of Warpaint. The bottom of Warpaint might not be as necessary either. I feel like we'd be like on thin ice though. The elephant could just die, and that would be very tragic. That could be really upsetting. The mule is carrying the elephant, which is carrying us. Okay. Let's see what the other card does. This is obviously just a big buff, and sure, very synergistic with the elephant. And to be honest, it's synergistic with pretty much any of them. So this is from the artwork, right? Spoiler. Spoiled level 9 card. You can tell that this character was done a while ago too, because you don't have the artwork for the summons, which obviously is something that newer designs do. Summon Sabertooth Tiger. 8 health, 3 move, 3 attack, mount, advantage. While mounted, your attacks cannot gain disadvantage. What? So we're immune to model, like ranged attacks. We don't care. Really good against imps. Screw you, imps. It's hard to do the art on the summons since you have to physically be on top of them. That's fair. Yeah, you'd really... It's kind of wasted, isn't it? You're just going to have a figure on top of it. It's fair. I think it would be nice. It would be nice to have it here, though. Just because then, like, you know... I don't know. You'd look down at your active area and you'd have your little saber-toothed tiger. You could still use the discs though, right, truck driver? You could just make the artwork on a disc. I get why they haven't done it, but I'd say like there are ways and means. Its attack isn't quite as high as it should have been. Attack 3 with advantage. Well, with advantage on this character, that feels like it's basically just +1. Maybe a bit greater because you have some of the other stuff. But I mean, these perks are all over the place. Like, in my opinion, these perks are really like... Also, this does not work well with advantage, right? This would be considered ambiguous now. Ugh. Looking forward to seeing this character in action. I think it's a really cool character. Really cool character. The good thing about it as well is it doesn't lose its identity, right? It kind of just keeps building on its identity from level 1. Just getting stronger, getting better. I was a little bit worried that the whole mounting thing would become a bit boring. Like, because it was like, well, there's only like one... It's like there's one ability. There's one mechanic. And a lot of the other guys kind of have... Maybe they only have one mechanic too, but maybe there's a bit more depth to that one mechanic. Like, this mechanic was literally... Hey, you can now be on top of a summon. And that's like quite basic, really. Like, it's a very simple idea. But it's executed very well. And actually, like, the fun is gonna... The interesting part of it's gonna come in, like, the puzzling it out on the board. Like, the positioning on the board is gonna make things really interesting. Like, the cards are kind of like... They don't quite tell the full story. Okay, so, I mean, in terms of, like, I mean, this is... This is a difficult one. Why doesn't this have jump? I think this needs a little bit more to it. There needs to be something a bit more to this, right? And I can't really put my finger on it exactly. I think cheaping out on an enhancement dot here is a bit weird. Like, I mean, really? Is attack 4 advanced? Like, I mean, come on. You'd have to have so much gold to enhance an attack 4 on this, and you'd be level 9. Don't worry about it. Just let people have fun. I personally don't feel like there should be a massive call to balance level 9s, like, in a huge way. Like, you shouldn't have a level 9 that just completely makes the game just a cakewalk. But, like, putting an enhancement dot here is doing no harm to anyone. Like, yeah, the character's getting a bit more damage. Yeah, you have advantage. Your attack modifier deck is distinctly average. You know, there's only so much damage that can be done. And they'd have to invest a ridiculous amount of gold into it. So, all the power to the player if they want to do that. So, personally, I feel like removing the dot here is kind of like... Just stick it on there. Needs more XP. 6 is not enough. Certainly not a level 9. Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's just missing something. Like if you look at the elephant. Where are you, Mr. Elephant? There you are. You know, this attacks 2 things. Sure, it doesn't move quite as much, but it attacks 2 things potentially. Maybe not all the time, but this could, in many situations, be better than attack 3 with advantage. Because you're attacking 2 things, right? I'll take attack 3 with advantage. Attack 3 over attack 3 advantage every day of the week. So, like, it just doesn't... It doesn't hang very well with, like, the previous ones. If there was a little bit more to this, like this had maybe a bunch more move. Maybe it had jump as well. Maybe, like, personally, this, I think, is a bit of a... I mean, it's nice, but... I don't know, maybe this needed to have something more to it as well. While mounted, your attacks gain pierce or something. I don't know. While mounted, your attacks gain pierce 2, pierce 3. I don't know, just something different. Like this doesn't, like you can avoid disadvantage, and then occasionally you get one enemy that's really annoying that has a lot of disadvantage. Plus, you have a card that allows you to strengthen an ally. Good, great point. You know, another way, right? Really good point. There's... It's cool that you're going to get some guaranteed damage from the saber-toothed tiger every turn, but I don't know. While mounted, this summon gains X. Yeah, maybe it should plus the summon. Yeah, so maybe that's a good idea. So while mounted... This summon gains attack +1 or something. So it just encourages you to run it as your main mount. Not to hop off of it. I mean, realistically, this is about as good as Unicorn. It's on the same kind of like, as I've just have summon without the mount part. It's about as good as Unicorn. Unicorn had Pierce, though, which was obviously very useful. They had, like, Move 4, Attack 4, Pierce. Not Advantage. But, again, Unicorn you could get back. It wasn't a permanent burn. Like, the permanent burn nature of this might be a bit bad. You sent me a picture of the sketches for the summons on Discord. Oh. Beautiful. That's all it needed to be. The rest of these guys. Don't really care about the rest of these guys. It's all about this guy. I kind of like him in the black and white because it reminds me of Robinson Crusoe. Robinson Crusoe has some great art on like the animals and stuff, because it's all just like, you know, black and white sketches, like from, you know, like observation sketches, like, you know, seeing an animal in the wild type thing. It's all fun and games until you realize this is low-key half of the Donkey Kong Animal Friends gallery. Is that... I mean, I know the Donkey Kong's got... What? Is that actually a thing? Can I Photoshop the mule onto the character mat? I mean, I guess I could. I feel like the mule needs to be wearing more armor, like to be a proper, like, you know, battle mule. The war mule. It's the animals you can ride in the games. Oh, I did not know that. I haven't To be honest, Donkey Kong was a game that I never really... Like, I was a Sega kid, I'm afraid. So, like, Nintendo was something I came to a bit later in life. So, I didn't really play many of the Donkey King games. Donkey King? Donkey Kong. See, I don't even know the name. This guy's cool. Very hairy. More of a mammoth than an elephant. More like a mammoth than an elephant, huh? Alright, anyway, we haven't talked about the bottom of this card yet. Recover up to 3 of your lost cards with summon actions and immediately play them for their top summon actions. I mean, it's nice for like a swarm kind of turn, right? But it doesn't really help you out. Like, so recovering lost cards is nice when, you know, you've kind of, let's say you've overextended or you've got unlucky, like your summons have died preemptively, just, you know, the enemy you've been hosed by enemy abilities, just sucks. So getting them back, you then really want the stamina to keep playing and, you know, to play one, and you want to have a bit more flexibility. This is kind of quite inflexible because you're just going to, sure, you're going to get a bunch of free play actions and get all of the summons out. But if you are low on stamina, this does not change that. In fact, all it does is speed that up because you've had to burn this card to then get 3 more cards out to burn. Like, this is kind of like the last chance saloon. Like, you play these 3 guys and you're like, oh, I really hope we win in the next 2 turns because I'm dead, you know? Like, I've exhausted myself. Like, it's really not a very playable ability, in my opinion. Because, yeah, you get to cheat out a load of summons, but you're basically only going to have them out for like 2 turns before you exhaust. Because you burn 4 cards. Like, what I want is I want them into my hands so that I can play them and then play them for their bottom abilities maybe instead. Although the idea of having a single mount summon makes thematic sense and looks like the main build, you wonder what a mass summon build would look like on this character. Well, I guess you would want to play like pretty effective summons at keeping themselves alive. So I guess you'd probably play like the bull. You'd probably play... You'd probably play the gorilla. You definitely play the snake. And then maybe like the elephant. And then you'd have to keep this to just play them all again. Maybe? I don't know. I know what you mean. Seems like there's something there, but it might be a bit janky. But then you'd really want this, right? I guess you wouldn't want this. You'd want this. Yeah, this would be that. This would be the top of your build. Yeah. Play them for their bottoms the first time around, lose them through rest, then bam. I mean, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Send me some more. Distinct lack of mule. 0 out of 10. Instead of making an immediate burn, persistent with like a bonus while you're long resting, because if you last ditch effort, you'll probably long rest once or twice in a soonish fashion. Yeah, but then it like long resting with 3 summons out.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Like, you can get extra turns, of course, but also they're going to be going on 99 initiative, and that's going to be sitting ducks, right? Hmm. This is like a difficult one, really, isn't it? Unfortunately, I feel like at level 9... I don't think this is even that good. I feel like this is just fine. You should really be able to recover this guy. I can see why people want the house rule of sort of taking this symbol away. I can completely understand that. Like, I get it. They don't want you to break the game by using resurrection and, you know, getting it too easy. I understand that. That's, you know, I think the more balanced way is to have you to only play one of these once. But it does really restrict the character in many ways by doing it that way. It's almost as if you want to, like, have... It's almost as if, like, you would want... another burn symbol that's slightly different. That would be, like, resurrection, for example, would allow you to recover one. Like, you could recover two... You could recover, like, 2 normal cards and 1 of these or something. I don't know. It's, yeah, like, the rules don't quite, I don't think, quite support what would maybe need to happen here to kind of balance this out and still make it kind of fun. Yeah, level 9, I think I'm probably going Master the Reins, really. Especially if I've already gone for Elephant, because then, like, Elephant is just, like, the top, really. I don't think I'd really be able to support Elephant and Saber-Tooth Tiger. And of course, this is just really good with Elephant. So the only problem with it is this does not do anything with the mule build. So if I am playing hardcore mule build, I'm actually going back. Hardcore mule build. Is maybe going back and taking spiked muzzle. If you can believe it. I don't know. Can you recover them if they're discarded during rest? So burn during a rest? Yes. Yes. Okay, this only kicks in when you play the ability. By rules as written, no? Really? I assumed that this could only be as part of the... But almost everyone plays that way. Okay, well, yeah, I mean, apologies. I didn't know that was the actual rules as written. That, you know, that doesn't make any sense to me. But there you go. Gorilla should be able to be recovered. Yeah, maybe Gorilla gets a bit of a hard time because it's lumped in with these big boys. Didn't need to be, huh? Really didn't need to be. None of these deserve the non-recoverable. I mean, like I said, I feel like it's good. It's good in a way because it forces you to almost kind of pick. But the problem is that, you know, there's a big amount of play difference between like level 5 and level 9, right? Like, there's still a lot of Gloomhaven left to play. And if I picked this, and then, like, you know, I get to level 8, and I pick elephant, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm never burning the lowland gorilla now because I can't risk having 2 of these guys. This ability, in my opinion, isn't really... I mean, it is good with the elephant, but is it strong enough just to carry it? Like the card choice? I don't know. Maybe you'll then feel a bit bad about this level 5 card choice. I don't know. I mean, it does work quite well with the elephant, but it's so-so. You need non-recoverable on at least the level 9 one because of the bottom action, you think? But the rest are fine without, probably. I find this ability to really be awkward. The thing is that they gave us this ability. They gave us a better version of this ability at level 1. And that's a problem. Like, I think a lot of people will see this and be like, oh, cool. We get like one really big turn. Like we get all of these. And it's like, yeah, but I don't know. As somebody who is very aware of the action economy, unless you're playing a combo, unless you're playing like a combo party, which by the way, they stop you from doing because, you know, look how cool that would have been, right? I think the one time you could really have gone for it is gone, all right, we'll do this. And you can play like this ability needed to be a level earlier. You know, like locking this and this away from each other, I think is a bit of a mistake because at least then you could justify this as being, oh, I could have some insanely cool turn. So it's kind of worth it and it's fun. But the only other way this is now going to work is it's going to work with, I mean, you've got control the range, so you have got some ways of doing some damage with them. But, you know, you're probably looking at some synergy with another character. So it will be a combo. Like, this will be a combo type thing where, you know, you're trying to go for some sort of ridiculous, what's that circles attack? Where it's like you get +1 for every summoned enemy or ally. But +1 for every summoned summon on the board. That guy. By the time you're level 9, you have like no recoverable options to use it on. Well, it depends on what you took, right? But yeah, sure. Gotta admit, you're overall kind of lukewarm about this class. I mean, I like this class because it has a meme build. Like, I feel like if... And it didn't... And also, it didn't lose sight of what it is. Like, it just played what it is. All the way up to level 9. Yeah, it has one theme, one mechanic. And it uses that mechanic well. And it just kind of develops it. This is like a character that where you would learn the mechanic very quickly at level 1. And the game doesn't really throw too much at you to really confuse you past that point. You're just getting better at it, getting more flexible, possibly opening up some other options. Like War Paint, I think, is like the super secret, like, cool card. I'll say it's not super secret, but... But it works well. The only problem being, possibly you could say the elephant is so strong that it almost deserves to be a level 9 card rather than the saber-toothed tiger. I think you could make an argument for that. But the saber-toothed tiger absolutely needed to be the level 9 because, I mean, the character card art has it on the level 9. So, like... I feel like that's maybe a little bit of a problem. It's a fun character, just has a bit of a problem. You might house rule. I mean, without playing the character like completely, I would be, you know, I'm always nervous to just say, oh yeah, house rule that. Like that shouldn't be like that. If it's obviously overly powerful, then we can obviously talk about, wow, that seems too good. Maybe that should be nerfed or something like that. But when you're talking about like whether or not, you know, like buffing this, I feel like if you're going to play the character once, yeah, I guess it's kind of nice to be able to play the gorilla, the rhinoceros, the elephant, the tiger all together and just sort of like recover them and play whichever mount you want to at the time that suits the situation. That's incredibly flexible and enjoyable for playing the character one time. However, what that does is that mitigates the replay value of the character, of you saying, actually, I want to play a tank build this time. I'm going to focus on getting to this level, getting the rhinoceros, and I'm going to go all in on that. Or, hey, I am going to go with the tiger. I'm not going to go with the elephant, you know, and I'm going to go with something slightly different or whatever, you know? Like, I feel like if most people are just like, yeah, I'm going to play a character one time and I don't really want to play it again, then sure, you get to see everything the character's got to offer by house ruling that, potentially. But if you're somebody who cares more about, like, I want this character to be this type of character, then this forces you into tougher decisions, which, you know, might be for the best for character creation, you know? Mule plus elephant requires 4 persistent burns, Kazal. We don't talk about that. We don't play the elephant. With the war mule, we don't play elephant. We play the bottom of elephant. I feel like as like it's just a pretty straight shooting damage dealing class, War Mule might be like the best. My idea of recovering up to 1 unrecoverable with resurrection is all right. Yeah, that would be like, so if your mount dies, so if you're running around on your war elephant and like your war elephant dies, then you can still get your war elephant back, but you don't get that flexibility of being like, well, I'll just get like this back. But I get you'd have to introduce new rules that don't exist, that aren't as easy as just slapping a bit of text on a card. I don't think. I think you'd have to do more than that. I think it's really hard. Overall, though, like as like my overall thoughts on this character, I actually really liked it. I felt like there's a lot of fun with it. I feel like a lot of people are going to really enjoy this character. It plays with summons, but it plays it differently. It has a unique kind of spin on summons. I felt like the mount mechanic at level 1 was maybe a bit so-so. As soon as we hit level 3 there and we started getting buffs for being mounted, started to really get into that, I felt like level 2 level up was, I mean, like the attack card was good, but it felt overall a bit underwhelming because we didn't really get anything that really like spoke to our character in many ways. Then like level 3 I think was also pretty similar. Like I think we got a good card at level 3, didn't we? Let's go to like level 3. So level 2, yeah, was a bit whatever. Level 3 we got Take the Reins, which was really cool. Yeah, so level 3 it like picked up some steam. And I think level 4 wall paint. So like level 3, level 4, level 5. To be honest, level 6 too. Like, I mean, there was only one dud level up, and that was level 2. So I feel like the first couple of levels on this character might be a little bit like you're still playing it and having, you know, having some fun, but this character will level super quick because it's just playing summons and you can play it multiple times. So you shouldn't stay at low level for very long. This character definitely has some really nice decisions at level up. So I think you can get into it pretty quick. Just like make sure that you get yourself to level 3 and start having fun. Like you said earlier, you're just getting ready to start playing this character on TTS with Fire Knight and a Hierophant. Let you know if it's any fun. Awesome. Yeah, please do. Touchdown Gamer. I mean, this is the kind of character that I would consider playing in my physical playthrough. Like, if I was to create like a, you know, have a party of 4, this is the kind of character that would fill out that party quite nicely, I think. One that's not like, I want to like have 1 or 2 characters that are a little bit more involved, and then I want one or 2 characters that I can fall back on with slightly easier mechanics so that I don't overwhelm myself for the first time with 4 new characters. So something like this character that's fairly straightforward to play. Then saying that, if I'm playing War Mule, I don't know, that seems like a pretty complex OP build. One of your issues is level 3 and 4 just have 2 game changers and then 2 other cards. Yeah, I mean, like, also, can you support it though, right? Well, level 4 and level 5, there's 2 burns there. So, like, this character reminds me a lot of Hatchet and Scoundrel, where you kind of like, you get these persistence that come across that you're like, oh man, that persistence is so cool, but you can't really maybe support them all. So you kind of have to make a bit of a decision. With Resurrection though, that gives you a lot of extra stamina to kind of be able to go really hard for the first couple of rooms and then just reset a bit and maybe take the end of the scenario a bit easier. Have I examined the starting parties at all to see what to play? Well, we still got 1 more character left to go. So maybe we'll do that like next time. I want to check my DMs from BG and see what he's sent me without putting it on screen. Okay, so the M cards are milestone cards. I think you guys were saying in chat that they're going to be included in Trail of Ashes for all of the Crimsonscales characters, and you can unlock them as early as level 1, and it's an unlockable ability card. Cool. So we're gonna take a look at the Chieftain one. Ooh, what a treat! This is like a first look. What a treat. Ladder guy. Yeah, I'm not looking. Ladder guy is gonna be something. All right, here it is, chat. Let's look. So I don't really know exactly how you unlock these. Presumably it's going to be, you know, kind of similar to in Frosthaven. You get the damn, I can't remember what they're called, but you get them on your perk sheet and challenges or whatever they're called, right? Exclusive world premiere. It is exclusive world premiere. They generally take about 3 scenarios to unlock with a class. Okay, cool. So this is Summon Warrior Hawk. 4 health, 3 move, 1 attack, mount, target 1 enemy within 2 hexes. Okay, so it's ranged, but it's not technically ranged. Interesting. While mounted on this summon, you may target enemies within 2 hexes on all your single target melee attacks. Interesting. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Guy has flying too. So we would have flying. So we would have permanent flying while mounted on this thing. I mean, that poo-poos the panther a little bit, huh? Is that a flying symbol? Yeah, it is. Giant eagles from Lord of the Rings. More Lord of the Rings stuff. Yeah. Don't let it die while you're on an obstacle. I guess you'd have to just... I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a ruling on that. You have to go to, like, the nearest... You get to choose if there's an ambiguity, right? But yeah. Cthulhu says hi. Yeah. You can take to the skies together. I mean, this is quite a cool effect, and I think it does really mitigate some of the benefits that the Panther has. So, you know, if you were considering taking the Panther, this might end up being quite a good proxy to that. I mean, the Panther still had the disadvantage and retaliate 1, which is interesting as well. But, you know, this, you could stay kind of a little bit safer. You don't have to... Like, this actually changes your playstyle a fair bit. Because suddenly you don't have to worry about doing all of that, you know. All those melee attacks in silly... You know, silly close range and putting yourself in danger as much. I mean, Halberd is a good item. And this basically gives you Halberd. For free. Does this outclass Speedy Ostrich? Oh, absolutely. Because Speedy Ostrich is like, what? 3 move, but... And the initiative thing is, I think, kind of irrelevant. A lot of the time. Yeah, absolutely. This outclasses Ostrich. What level is M for enhancement? That's a great question. Devs! 10 initiative too on this thing. Oh, we got a guy on the bottom as well. We got a hippo. 6 health, 1 move, 3 attack. After killing enemy, this summon generates Earth. I mean, that's a pretty hefty attack. But that movement is bad. Real bad. It'll be considered level 1. Okay, there you go. So, pretty cheap to enhance then. I like this. I like the idea of the Swamp Hippo. But I feel like it's maybe a bit vanilla. Like, I think the Warrior Hawk's really interesting because it actually will change the way that you play the character, potentially. Like, it could really open up a different play style. Which is really cool. I feel like the Swamp Hippo is just... meh. Really. 10 initiative is kind of weird as well. Like... Because it's 2 summons. But it's 10 initiative. Which is your earliest initiative. The good thing about the Hippo, though, is I guess you could, in theory... like drop it and then get it to attack in the same turn, maybe with some of your like reins and stuff. But reins, you want to be mounted really. So pretty strong for a level 1 bottom. Yeah, I mean, if it takes you about 3 scenarios to get it, you would probably be level 2. Remember at this point, probably. I'd say you should probably get a level in 3 scenarios. On this character, you should. You should be getting like... This character should be getting like 12 to 15 XP per level, per scenario. Are you using Crimsonscales currently, or is this something they are adding in the second printing? They are being added in the Trail of Ashes expansion, Campat. So that expansion adds in one of these cards for every single class in Crimsonscales. And I presume that includes the add-on ones as well. And obviously what's in Trail of Ashes. Feels a lot like an X, just like a solo scenario reward X card. Yeah. And I actually like that. I've said before, one of the most restrictive things in Gloomhaven is the fact that there's only 2 cards when you level up. And obviously your starting, you know, pool size as well is limited. So I really like the idea of there being the odd option to you to throw a different card in there, you know, that maybe changes stuff up. You know, that, you know, you can kind of go a little bit wild and not be too worried about it. You know, obviously you couldn't make it really, really strong, but if you suddenly were like, wow, if only there was a way for me to print a card that would unlock, like for example, if you wanted, like, one thing I would have liked maybe to have seen on this is really cool, is if this maybe helped the tanking build out a little bit more, maybe. Because although this is a very good value summon for level 1, you know, an attack 3, 6 health, move 1. I mean, the move 1 obviously a bit restrictive, but if you play it nice up and close to a bunch of enemies, move 1 probably won't matter too much. But it doesn't really enable anything. Like, this gets outclassed very quickly. So then you're like, you know what? It's gone, you know? You'll play it for a little while, you'll enjoy it, and then it'll be... Ooh, smash the microphone. But then you probably won't consider playing it much past, like, level 3, 4. It's like, it'll get swapped out pretty quick. This, maybe not with this, because this is obviously quite cool, but I don't know. You personally think the Hippo Summon is very down to earth, very good. Its personal quest is even about gaining XP, one of them. Oh yeah. So yeah, I think this is a nice idea. I like the top, but I'm not so sold on the bottom. I feel like the bottom is just kind of like, you know, so-so. Useful low levels maybe. But are you going to be using the bottom of this hippo over the bull, which has got moved to attack 2? They're like 5 health or something? I don't know if you would. Two more health, 1 more attack, 1 less move. But this has push 1. I mean, it is better. Yeah, or maybe. Yeah, maybe. Interesting. I just feel like the 1 movement is really restrictive. I mean, if you were to get some money together and get this up to a move 2, then maybe it'd be okay. Maybe it could be a good replacement for your bull. But the bull's got that push 1, which kind of helps to keep it safe, or keeps you both a bit safe. Has some nice synergy with traps, so it'd be whether or not you weigh up the push 1 versus the plus attack, right? Guess it's like whichever one you prefer. If you have the money, might as well enhance the bull attack instead. Then you would be pretty much the same. Well, you would be the same, right? Well, you wouldn't. Well, yeah, but then you wouldn't have. You'd be missing 2 health. I mean, yeah. Then you'd be like, okay, you still have 2 less health. You wouldn't have this. I mean, the thing is about this is that this feels very... whatever. Nice, but whatever. Really, doesn't it? Doesn't attack cost more to enhance versus move on summons? Yeah. Check the old tool spreadsheet. Yeah, 20 more gold. 20 more gold. You guys can't see that because my stupid head's blocking the way. There you go. Hippo is offensive and tortoise. Nah, the tortoise is probably the weakest one. But yeah, there we go. Well, I think we got a good we got a really good understanding of this character, and I liked it. So there is the Chieftain. Definitely an interesting character and one I want to play with just so that I can try out donkey strats. It feels like that could be a really fun, just kind of memey way to play a character for a little while. Like in a multiplayer game, I feel like there's definitely some opportunity for you to kind of play some kind of sort of crazier builds and have a little bit more fun. Like when I play on increased difficulty, I usually just have to focus on playing the best cards to play the best strategy to win, because otherwise you'll lose most of the scenarios you play. But certainly if I was kicking back with some friends, just playing some like lighthearted, like we do on Sundays on the community save, if we could play kind of Crimsonscales during that, I'd be all in on the donkey strat. I think it would be quite a lot of fun. And yeah, so this character is really unique. I love the idea of mounts. I mean, mounts are something that I think anybody who's played any kind of like video game RPG will be aware of at some point, or if you've watched films or anything like that. It's such an obvious mechanic that hasn't been explored before, and it just makes total sense, and they've done a really good job with it. So yeah, Chieftain looks like a very interesting character, and I'm sure a lot of people are going to have a lot of fun with this. And some people will like it just because they get a nice kind of pet to ride around on. Like thematically it's really good, really nice. A lot of people I think will just chime and resonate with that, so they'll just play the character just for that reason, to be honest, just because they get to run around on a mount and and just have fun doing that. So yeah, really good character, and one that I'll be probably trying myself actually if I get the chance with Crimsonscales. Before we finish, as always, thank you so much to all of my supporters over on Patreon. I really appreciate the support, and everybody who subs over on Twitch. Thank you all so much. A big shout out to Kira and Truck Driving Gamer for the legendary support. Thank you so much, guys. That's incredibly kind of you both. And if you would like to catch me live, then come over to twitch.tv/MandatoryQuest every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday, where I'm streaming Gloomhaven, talking Gloomhaven, hanging out, doing stuff, maybe doing some long rant about something, I don't know. But it's always a fun time, really chill community. So yeah, come hang out. And of course, if you need to ask me any questions or you want to ask me any questions live, I'm always really happy to talk Gloomhaven. Okay, as always, thank you so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
Scout wins. That's the blessing from Scout. That's the blessing from...
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?